Hi everyone, and welcome to this over 4.5 hour long compilation of Season 2. First off, sorry about the terrible microphone quality. I'm recording this intro on my phone because I don't feel like plugging my mic in. So this is a combination of all the SCPs I've read for Season 2 that includes mostly everything. I did skip a few, but it includes mostly everything from SCP-100 to 149. There are 38 episodes in total, and it's scary to think that that adds up to over 4.5 hours of just me talking. So that is all included. If you're watching this on YouTube, there will be timestamps and chapter markings, I believe, in the description below. And also, if you want to save your bandwidth or you just want to listen offline, I will be providing some MP3 downloads so that you can just load them in. Hopefully I can add chapter markings to those as well. I'm not sure, but I will try my best to add them in. So anyways, thank you for listening throughout this entire season. I hope you enjoyed listening, and I hope you enjoy what I have for the future. Warning: the SCP Foundation audio archive is classified. Access by unauthorized personnel is strictly prohibited. Perpetrators will be tracked, located, and detained. Jamaican Joe's Junkyard Jubilee. Item Number: SCP-100. Object Class: Euclid. Special Containment Procedures: SCP-100 is to have 6 guards patrolling the interior of the perimeter's fencing, and 2 guards dedicated to the monitoring of the interior and exterior of both warehouses and the residential building, with rotations to occur every 3 hours. Any unauthorized personnel found within SCP-100 are to be detained for questioning prior to amnestic administration and release. 3 guards are to remain within the storefront of SCP-100, with rotations to occur every 8 hours. The storefront front entrance is to remain locked at all times, with keys provided to the necessary personnel. Private property and no trespassing signs are to be posted on the front of a storefront to deter any drivers from stopping at SCP-100. Any constructs SCP-100-1 creates are to be removed from SCP-100 and melted down into slag, with the exception of SCP-100-2-A and SCP-100-2-B. Should SCP-100-1 become uncooperative, SCP-100-2-A and SCP-100-2-B may be removed from SCP-100 until the time that SCP-100-1 becomes cooperative again. The largest of the 2 warehouses within SCP-100 has been converted into a basic research facility. All objects created by SCP-100-1, excluding SCP-100-2-A and SCP-100-2-B, may be used for research purposes. Testing on SCP-100-1 itself may only be conducted with written permission from the acting head researcher. Description: SCP-100 is an abandoned scrapyard 80 kilometers from South Carolina, known as Jamaican Joe's Junkyard Jubilee. The scrapyard covers roughly 5,000 square meters of fenced-off land, consisting of 2 warehouses, a storefront, and a residential building, as well as neglected land and land used for storage. SCP-100 holds roughly 1,500 vehicles, both pressed and unpressed, as well as roughly 1,400 kilograms of separate scrap, estimated to be worth $5,000. SCP-100's anomalous effect manifests through SCP-100-1 and its constructs, including SCP-100-2-A and SCP-100-2-B. Autonomy is lost when SCP-100-1 or one of its objects cross the fenced perimeter of SCP-100, remaining in this state until reintroduction. SCP-100 is an autonomous, sapient, humanoid construct consisting mostly of copper piping, uninsulated copper wiring, and aluminum cans. SCP-100-1 lacks the ability for written or verbal communication. However, it possesses the ability to communicate using rudimentary sign language. SCP-100-1 is largely uninterested in conversation outside of sales, and information gathered from it has been limited. SCP-100-1 appears to possess skill in craftsmanship, demonstrating the ability to operate tools such as arc welders, drills, and power saws, as well as heavy machinery such as car compressors and forklifts. SCP-100-1 possesses the ability to create autonomous constructs similar to itself, using material available within SCP-100. SCP-100-1 tends to create 4 specific animals: iguanas, crocodiles, turtles, and flamingos. However, SCP-100-1 has been known to craft other species, such as domestic pets. To maintain compliance, SCP-100-1 has been allowed to keep 2 pets, labeled SCP-100-2-A and SCP-100-2-B. SCP-100-2-A and SCP-100-2-B are constructs superficially resembling insects, assumed to be created by SCP-100, as they have occupied SCP-100 since the initial discovery of SCP-100. The names Ramon and Beatrice are welded into the backs of SCP-100-2-A and SCP-100-2-B, respectively. They appear to operate as both companions as well as guards for SCP-100, as they patrol the perimeter of SCP-100 except during intervals of interaction with SCP-100-1. SCP-100-1 appears to follow a ritualistic schedule, repeating the same actions daily. From 8 o'clock until 3 p.m., SCP-100-1 enters the storefront of SCP-100, seating itself behind a counter and attempting to bargain with any humans within the storefront. Occasionally, SCP-100-1 will return to the yard prematurely, for reasons unknown. From 3 p.m. until 4 p.m., SCP-100-1 interacts with SCP-100-2-A and SCP-100-2-B, communicating using vague hand and arm gestures. Interaction tends to consist of grooming, repair, and activities resembling fetch and hide and seek. From 4 p.m. until 8 p.m., SCP-100-1 performs various tasks, including taking stock of material within SCP-100, cleaning and maintaining tools and heavy machinery, and cleaning the interiors and exteriors of buildings present within SCP-100. From 8 p.m. until 12 a.m., SCP-100-1 performs what is assumed to be leisurely acts, ranging from creating new constructs, interacting with SCP-100-2-A and SCP-100-2-B, and patrolling SCP-100. From 12 a.m. to 8 a.m., SCP-100-1 enters the residential building, where it remains seated at a desk for the duration of this time. In the event that a human enters the storefront of SCP-100 during the interval of time SCP-100-1 is seated behind the counter, SCP-100-1 will attempt to bargain with them, using a variety of gestures to convey meaning. Most attempts by SCP-100-1 are to sell scrap, figures of its own creation, or repair services. However, it has been known to purchase scrap. Despite SCP-100-1's inability to read, it possesses the ability to perform basic mathematics, as demonstrated by sales. Sales made by SCP-100-1 are typically met with some degree of unfairness. SCP-100-1 has been known to intentionally use faulty scales or contaminate scrap piles with cheaper metals, and has demonstrated knowledge of the area of effect within SCP-100. As SCP-100-1 has sold constructs repeatedly, despite the loss of autonomy when exiting SCP-100. Efforts to confront SCP-100-1 about this have been met with both distress and indifference, with referral to a sign posted on the wall saying, "No refunds, Mon," happening regardless of SCP-100-1's emotional response. SCP-100 was discovered on September 11, 1976, following reports of strange machines operating from within the scrapyard. These rumors were discredited as urban legends, and a Foundation agent was sent to SCP-100 to act as a landowner until containment was performed under the guise of property sale. A wooden privacy fence was built along the former perimeter of SCP-100. One-way windows were installed in the storefront, and a highway now running through the nearby town of redirects the majority of civilian traffic. Addendum 100-A. Records show that the property is owned by one Joseph Duval, with a mailing address sharing the same name. Local utility companies report billing had stopped approximately 3 months before the discovery of SCP-100, which was found abandoned, save for SCP-100-1, SCP-100-2-A, SCP-100-2-B, and several avian and canine figures, presumed to be made by SCP-100-1. The initial sweep of the buildings revealed the residential building to be mostly bare, with the only sign of former occupants being a note found taped to the bottom of the storefront. See Document 100-A. Incident 100-A. On March 6, 2005, SCP-100-1 created a humanoid, autonomous construct, 10 centimeters in height, the first time SCP-100-1 has done so. Significant effort was put into this construct compared to others, with greater detail applied to the construct, including facial features and JJ welded into the back of the construct, and stainless steel making up the majority of the construct. SCP-100-1 placed the construct on the counter of the storefront for the duration of a scheduled interval, both using vague gestures to seemingly communicate with one another. Following the confiscation of this construct, SCP-100-1 remained seated within the residential building of SCP-100 for a total of 10 days. Document 100-A. The following is a copy of a note recovered upon discovery of SCP-100. Out to lunch. Please see Assistant. JJ. Hungry Bag. Item Number SCP-101. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-101 is currently stored in the Sub-Basement 0-2 of Site-19, inside of a standard fireproof document lockbox within a reinforced concrete room of standard facility size. Said room has been fitted externally with a standard double-door airlock, and internally fitted with appropriate safety response equipment as well as biological response equipment. Only personnel of Level 3 are permitted to enter the SCP-101 holding room. Personnel of Level 2 or lower are permitted to interact with SCP-101 only with directives from Level 3 or higher personnel, or with standing directives. The airlock for SCP-101 is set to a standard 10-minute cycle, during which standard screening scans for biological or environmental hazards will be made. SCP-101 is under standing directives for use during 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. Outside of the airlock of the holding room for SCP-101, 2 Level 2 guards are to be posted at all times, with overlapping shifts. Description: SCP-101 appears as a satchel or bag of intermittent size, with observations ranging from an opening of 15 centimeters in diameter to 70 meters in diameter. The depth of the container has varied, with no standard mean of equality to the relative diameter. The primary feature of SCP-101 is what appears to be a semi-humanoid mouth contained within the opening of a bag, with a mean standard of 31 centimeters of depth into the container, without more than 2 standard deviations of variance, regardless of the apparent external depth of the container. The mouth consists of 32 teeth of an off-white hue, all of equal shape and size, consisting solely of incisors of approximately 10 centimeters in height. It has been observed, albeit not measured with accuracy, that within the mouth there is a tongue of indeterminate length, with observations ranging from 50 centimeters to 3.5 meters. The mouth appears wet and spongy. However, all attempts at removal of possible fluids have resulted in failure, with damage to the instruments and harm to the personnel. The current decision is that SCP-101 may be a part of a larger entity of extra-dimensional origin. SCP-101 is not externally mobile. However, internal movements within the container can affect minor movements of the exterior of the container that consists of SCP-101's covering. It is understood that due to the nature of the size and probabilities of the container and object within, the object is of extra-dimensional interaction, if not origin. SCP-101 has exhibited polymorphic abilities, as well as a low level of sentience. The photo on file depicts the item as it was discovered in 1979 in a remote area of the Cascade Mountains in the Pacific Northwest of the United States. The photo on file depicts the item as it was discovered in 1979 in a remote area of the Cascade Mountains in the Pacific Northwest of the United States. Found along with SCP-101 was the decayed remains of a human, clad in a weathered black suit, seated upon an also weathered parachute, missing the right arm up to the joint of a shoulder, which appeared to have bite marks through the remaining bones, assumed to have been inflicted by SCP-101. Speculation as to the identity of the deceased individual has led researchers to the conclusion that this was one D.B. Cooper, remains removed for the purposes of concealing the existence of SCP-101. SCP-101 has since changed appearance and shape, with the apparent end of enticing a subject into reaching within its container. These appearances have ranged from money satchels to deli boxes to Krispy Kreme containers to candy bags, all of which have an external appearance that is indistinguishable from that of the real containers. It has been proposed by Dr. that SCP-101 is semi-sentient in its attempts to lure subjects in. At the recommendation of SCP-101 is currently in use as a means of refuse disposal for Site-19. SCP-101 has not shown adverse reaction to having foreign matter introduced to it, including, but not limited to, paper product, sewage, cafeteria refuse, metals, polymers, oils, and other products which are not consumable by any known biological entity. Addendum 1. So far, SCP-101 has not exhibited any abnormal behaviors from the standards observed, nor has SCP-101 emitted any substances, either foreign, extra-dimensional, or abnormal. However, it is the concern of Dr. that SCP-101 may produce an emission in the future. Addendum 2. Further examination under the direction of Dr. has determined that SCP-101 is ideal for the disposal of hazardous wastes and byproducts of other SCP-related projects. Dr. is noted as being opposed to this measure. However, O5 has given authorization for the project to continue. The Turtle Shell. Item Number SCP-107. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-107 poses no immediate threat, so long as it does not come into contact with any liquid. As such, it is stored at Site-19 in a 5-meter square containment cell on a 1-meter high pedestal inside a clear Perspex container. Experimentation with SCP-107 is to be carried out at Research Area 06, a 484 km square, 22 by 22 km area of desolate land dedicated to this purpose. Anyone who attempts to activate SCP-107 outside of an approved experiment must be eliminated with any force necessary. Access to and removal of the object requires the authorization of 2 Level 4 personnel and the approval by said personnel of a full experimental procedure. Should SCP-107 become active while within Site-19, 2 Class D personnel are to remove it from the site via one of the item transport trucks in Loading Bay-02. This procedure must be followed regardless of a substance that activated SCP-107, given the unpredictable nature of the item's effect on plant matter. SCP-107 should only be returned once precipitation has ceased completely and any abnormal plant growth has either been neutralized or contained for further study. Description: SCP-107 resembles a top section of a hollow turtle shell. The shell is composed of a hardened biological material of unknown origin. Despite its appearance, whether this material is derived from a shell of a standard sea turtle is as yet unknown. The item is completely inert until the inside of a turtle shell comes into contact with a liquid. When it does so, said liquid appears to be absorbed very quickly. Where the liquid drains to is unknown, given the lack of visible pores on the inside of a shell. Once active, the red edge of a shell glows dimly, and the substance placed into the shell begins to precipitate in the atmosphere and fall as rain in the area of at least 0.5 meters, but less than 10 kilometers from the object. This phenomenon is mobile. Moving SCP-107 will move the area of effect, along with the exclusion zone. The duration and intensity appears proportional to the amount of a liquid placed in the shell. 10 milliliters of water resulted in just under half an hour of light drizzle, whereas filling to around the 3/4 mark set off 2 days of torrential rain. Precipitation generated by SCP-107 has varying effects on plant matter, although these effects are only seen in plants growing within the effect zone. Watering other plants with the collected liquid causes no abnormal reaction. See Experimental Log, Addendum 107-2. Addendum 107-1. SCP-107 was discovered by an archaeologist, Professor M., in what is now Ethiopia, buried alongside what appeared to be a tribal shaman. Carbon dating performed on the shaman's bones gave an age of around 18,000 BCE. SCP-107 proved resistant to all attempts to obtain a sample, and therefore no concrete origin date can be determined. The Foundation became involved after intercepting reports of strange weather events at the dig, accompanied by unusual plant growth. Addendum 107-2. Below is a log of all tests carried out by SCP-107. Feel free to test reasonably safe liquids with SCP-107 and log your findings here. Please note that you will be responsible for anything that results from the test. We need all the data we can get from this oddity. More tests with liquid-based SCPs may have research values, but most are simply too dangerous to carry out, at least with current containment procedures. Tests involving SCP-107 and SCP-009, SCP-447-2, and SCP-874 have been proposed, but were rejected on the grounds that the results have the potential to be dangerous and/or highly unstable. Dr. Quinton. Input: 10 milliliter standard tap water. Result: light rain fell over the test site for 27 minutes. Tests on the water showed that it had no unusual properties. For at least 2 weeks after the test, grass at the test site was seen to grow at a much increased rate, and the resulting plants were a richer green in color than those unaffected by the rain. Further procedure: a sample of the rain was collected and used to water various other plants outside of a test site. Result: no effect was observed. Input: 55 milliliter standard tap water. Result: torrential rainfall over the test site for 2 days, and an effect on the grass similar to that of the first test. Fruit-bearing plants grown in the soil at the test site grew very quickly and bore much larger fruit than control plants. Effect had diminished considerably after 3 months. Input: 4 centimeter cubed block of wood. Result: no effect observed. Input: 20 steel ball bearings of radius 2 millimeters. Result: no effect observed. Input: 10 milliliters human urine. Result: urine rained on the test site for 27 minutes with moderate intensity. Grass at the test site began to die, and any other plant species moved to the test site began to grow stunted passive pitcher insect traps incapable of actually digesting insect matter. Subsequent input: 20 milliliters of human urine. Result: urine rained on the test site for 3 hours and 42 minutes with slightly greater intensity. Non-grass plants grew larger, stronger pitcher traps capable of digesting small rodents. Input: 10 milliliters of human blood, extracted from a Class D test subject. Result: a substance proven afterwards to be human blood with the same genetic makeup as a donating subject fell on the test site for 27 minutes. Grass at the test site appeared to die on contact with the blood and began rotting within minutes. Any non-grass plants planted in resulting soil began to mutate and grow large, greater than 20 centimeters across, carnivorous organs similar to those of a Venus flytrap. When approached by Class D personnel, the plants were seen to. These organisms began to grow back after 2 weeks. Further testing with bodily fluids considered unwise. Input: 10 milliliter water with 5 grams of steel ball bearings. Result: water was absorbed by SCP-107 and the standard reaction was observed in plant matter. Ball bearings remained in the shell, evidently having no impact on the test. Input: 10 milliliter liquid cyanoacrylic adhesive. Result: all liquid was absorbed by SCP-107 and partially cured cyanoacrylate fell on the test site for 18 minutes. It is likely that the reduced duration of effect was due to curing of the adhesive whilst inside SCP-107. Plant matter grew sticky coating, later identified as a cyanoacrylic derivative. Coating was very effective at trapping plants and preventing them from damaging plants. Input: 10 milliliter fresh orange juice. Result: standard precipitation pattern, 27 minutes of drizzle. Fruit-bearing plants moved to the testing site began to grow an unknown citrus fruit, irrespective of plant species and despite the cold conditions. No ill effects observed from consumption of the fruit. Samples have been taken for further testing. Input: 2 milliliter human saliva provided by a Class D test subject. Result: substance later proven to be human saliva fell on the test site for 8 minutes. Non-grass plants moved to the test site grew small, 2 to 5 centimeter spherical sacs along stems or thin branches. When the plant was approached by the test subject, the sacs violently expelled a saliva-like liquid towards the subject. Subject reported no illness or injury. Augmented plants began to die within 3 days. Input: 10 milliliter 9.999% isotopically pure heavy water. Result: standard precipitation pattern, 27 minutes of drizzle. Mass spectrometry of samples revealed a deuterium abundance of around 154 ppm, which is standard for natural water. Input: 5 milliliters of elemental mercury. Result: sample began to be absorbed but was then re-exuded. Extra-dimensional nasal cavity. Item number: SCP-108. Object Class: Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-108 is contained entirely by Subject 108-1. Subject 108-1 should be contained in a standard containment cell measuring 3 meters by 3 meters, furnished with whatever items are requested, unless said items compromise security. Subject 108-1 is permitted to leave the room, wander freely, and eat in the main canteen. Medical examination to be performed on Subject 108-1 daily, filters to be changed as necessary. Description: SCP-108 is accessible through the nostrils of Subject 108-1. Subject is an African American female, 51 years old. See Addendum 108-1, who was previously employed as a cashier at a small-town hardware store in Kentucky. Since SCP-108 has been housed at Site-17. Endoscopic examination of SCP-108 reveals that the area accessible via the subject's nostrils is not the human nasal cavity, but rather a bunker system of Nazi German construction dedicated to the production and maintenance of World War II-era Messerschmitt Me-262 fighters. Exploration via robotic endoscope reveals that the bunker system has internal dimensions of approximately 2 km by 4 km, with a long axis parallel to the main entrance or exit portal. While the exploration is by no means complete, SCP-108 is believed to contain hundreds of airframes under construction on its assembly line, as well as 3 completed aircraft. There is also a large quantity of human remains in the complex, particularly concentrated around the entry and exit portal, with the corpses of Nazi officials, military personnel, Hitler Youth, and civilians, possibly Ukrainian slave workers, in an advanced state of decay. Evidence of a firefight near the entry or exit portal supports the hypothesis that the German military personnel were swarmed by the civilians and were killed in the ensuing struggle. Some corpses show signs of cannibalism. Robotic endoscopic exploration continues, and a high-discharge LED lighting, assembled piecemeal using the ship-in-a-bottle technique, has been deployed. Endoscopic examination of the interior of SCP-108 reveals a large hangar door area with a kind of double airlock with blast doors large enough to admit 2 fully assembled fighters. A production line exists, which would allow damaged fighters and deliveries to enter on one side of a hangar door and finished fighters to exit on the other side. Turning the endoscope head 180 degrees reveals the open doorway as an area of total darkness with 2 nostril-shaped penetrations in it. One nostril-shaped penetration is connected to whichever nostril is admitting the endoscope, and the other is connected to the interior of a human nasal cavity. DNA testing reveals that the nasal cavity belongs to the subject. The black area is impenetrable and absorbs all wavelengths of light that the endoscope can carry. The black area is elastic and yielding when probed. Apparently, the portal system is a unique 3-way arrangement. If the outside world is designated A, the interior of a Me-262 factory is B, and the subject's nasal cavity is C, then traffic is as follows. Anything, including gases and light, going from A end up in B. Items going from B end up in C. Items going from C end up in A. Presumably in 1944, it was intended that C and A were to be the interior and exterior of a double hangar at Tempelhof, based on the architecture of the hangar doors. Addendum 108-1. Subject claims that she was training to perform the human blockhead magic trick, in preparation for being a clown at a children's birthday party. After hammering a 4 cm long galvanized iron nail into her nasal cavity, she lost her grip on the end and dropped it inside her nose. Immediately, she noticed a god-awful musty stench and experienced nausea and disorientation. Blowing her nose had no discernible effect and left no residue on tissues. After about 3 days, subject got used to the hell's asshole smell and performed at the children's birthday party to the delight of her nephew. Approximately a week later, after ignoring numerous complaints about the smell of her breath, subject was diagnosed with pneumonia and placed on a course of roxythromycin. Pneumonia responded to antibiotics, but recurred a week later. Her general practitioner also noted that nasal examination with an otoscope showed simply blackness rather than the inside of a nose. After admission to hospital with chronic pneumonia, examination with a 1 meter fiber optic endoscope allowed the endoscope to be threaded in almost the full meter. The attending ENT noted that he appeared to be seeing a Nazi eagle badge through the endoscope. Special examination notes were kept in a digital patient management system and intercepted by the Foundation in a routine sweep. The subject was recovered without incident by Task Force Epsilon 9, disguised as high-risk warrant team officers, in a pre-dawn raid in June of 19... By the end of the cleanup operation, the GP, ENT, 11 hospital personnel, and 2 civilians were terminated. The subject was examined by Foundation staff and provided her with air filtration units, which could be passed through her nostrils piecemeal and assembled like a ship in a bottle. The filtration filling must be removed on a regular basis when it gets expended, roughly once a week, as the subject is essentially inhaling the atmosphere of a formerly sealed Nazi mass war grave. Although initially hostile towards the Foundation, the subject has responded well to enhanced psychological conditioning protocols and now accepts her situation. Plan has been proposed in line with backing up all critical Foundation data at Site-62 in SCP-108. Data could be written onto microSD cards or similar compact non-volatile media and inserted into the subject's nostrils, provided some way to house the subject in a safe location is assured in the event of an XK-class scenario. Research continues to find a way to move the entrance of a dimensional portal from the subject's nostrils to another location, and to discover the physical location of a bunker to determine if alternative access is possible. The original galvanized iron nail has yet to be found. Infinite Canteen. Item Number SCP-109. Object Class Euclid. See Addendum 109-1. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-109 is currently located in Non-Critical Storage Unit 7 and requires no active monitoring. It should not be removed from the unit except to be transported to a research facility, and then only by personnel with Level 3 security clearance or higher. When replacing SCP-109, personnel should ensure that it is firmly closed, and that it is placed on the molded pedestal in the upright position. Description: SCP-109 is a standard-issue United States Army canteen, circa 1899, made of a tin alloy and is fitted with a heavy cotton cover and black leather strap. When opened, the item is seen to be nearly full of water. A seemingly unlimited amount of water can be removed from the container without damaging the water level or the item's mass, which remains a constant 3.16 kilograms. Probes of the interior of a container reported an estimated volume of 2.8 liters and a shape consistent with the outside. The water in SCP-109 is of a slight blue-gray tint, with concentrations of 20 ppm of tin and 170 ppm of other electrolytes. The water remains at a constant temperature of 19 degrees Celsius, but can be heated or cooled when moved to another location. Addendum 109-1. Upon the item's delivery to Site-19, it was given the object class of Safe. As tests were conducted on the item, uncertainty surrounding test results prompted Gen to upgrade the object class to Euclid. Addendum 109-2. Recently, a request was filed and granted by Dr. for permission to water an okra plant growing in his office with SCP-109. Staff should be notified that Dr. uses SCP-109 for this purpose for a small time every Friday. Addendum 109-3. It has come to my attention that new Class D personnel are often dared to empty this bottle. Guards are reminded that they are to discourage such activity and notify them that SCP-109 is bottomless. Chanting "chug" repeatedly is considered unprofessional. Dr. Klein. Additional information. Due to the range of tests conducted on SCP-109, this section has been provided to present test results in chronological order. Dates have been withheld for confidentiality. Test 1. Subjects imbibed water from SCP-109, reported that it was very refreshing and, despite the metal content, very tasty. Urine samples from subjects was normal. Test 2. Follow-up test to Test 1. Head subjects dehydrate themselves for 1 full day before imbibing water from SCP-109. Test remains unfinished, as subjects were unable to provide urine samples. Test 3. Subject bathed in water from SCP-109. Subject reported increased energy and a much improved complexion following the bath. Test 4. Streptococcus bacteria cultured in water from SCP-109 thrived and multiplied quickly. Water from SCP-109 administered to subject suffering from streptococcal infection killed nearly all bacteria and produced a full recovery within 24 hours. Test 5. Blood substitute created using water from SCP-109, given in transfusion to pedestrian hit by drunk driver. Subject showed no malign symptoms from the transfusion and made a full recovery. Subject's physical therapy concluded 6 weeks early. Test 6. Water from SCP-109 administered to various plant organisms, all of which remained very healthy and showed no malign symptoms. One proposition for a test which has been discussed for some time has been one involving a combination of SCP-109 and SCP-402. Due to the risk of losing one or both items or creating a hazardous situation, this test has never been conducted. Subterranean City. Item number SCP-110. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. The entrance to SCP-110 is to remain closed off at all times, unless otherwise permitted by O5. The land covering SCP-110, roughly 6 square kilometers, is to be developed into a suburban area that will not attract the attention of a general public. Any movement that SCP-110 might make is to be explained as minute seismic activity. Further complaints are to be ignored. Description: SCP-110 is an entire city that was found buried 0.5 kilometers underneath a large farm in New York. Survey Teams 2 and 3 concluded that the amount of surface area that the city is buried under covers approximately 6 square kilometers. Numerous items of high interest have been discovered within SCP-110, and will henceforth be labeled as SCP-110-XX. Known history of SCP-110. August 11th, 19. A large earthquake occurs in rural New York, far from any city centers. The only casualties were a man and his dog, so no significant media attention was given to this event. May 15th, 19. Minor earthquakes continue to occur in SCP-110's general area. The U.S. federal government dispatches a team of geologists to the site to determine the cause. Results came back inconclusive. May 16th, 19. SCP Excavation Team 03 is ordered to investigate the site. Upon arrival, the team is greeted by SCP-110-01, who is then detained and moved to for further questioning. May 24th, 19. Information gained from SCP-110-01 and SCP reveal that there has been a large temporal disturbance in the area of SCP-110 that has been causing earthquakes due to the displacement of soil and rock. Another SCP excavation team is sent to the site. February 9th, 2000. After many months of work, SCP excavation teams 4 and 5 are only able to reveal the strong, impenetrable, concrete-like shell of SCP-110. Investigation is halted until further information becomes available. July 25th, 2000. Due to the recent decoding and decryption of the files contained on SCP, schematics of SCP-110 have become available. Excavation Teams 4 and 5 are sent back on site to locate the primary entrance of SCP-110. August 4th, 2000. The entrance to SCP-110 has been discovered, and the excavation teams are immediately met with what can only be described as a foul odor. SCP-110 had been an active Class 4 city, but due to a temporal accident, its core services were heavily damaged, and the entire city was displaced. Work begins to cover up the existence of SCP-110, its excavation, and the thousands of dead civilians inside. Layout of SCP-110. The general layout of SCP-110 is essentially a series of concentric rings connected by tram, train, and other transportation lines. Surveyors have determined that SCP-110 has numerous sections and levels to it, all with specific functions, which shall be described in greater detail here. Core services. The numerous maps found posted in what were high-traffic areas of SCP-110 labeled a central column of assorted utilities as core services. Upon exploration, which was limited due to heavy security restrictions, SCP Exploration Team 1 discovered a myriad of technologies that kept the underground city self-sufficient. Among these technologies were a series of matter reconstitution chambers, a combination chamber that provided energy from both nuclear fusion and geothermal sources, an elaborate water recycling system, and a large waste reconstitution area. The core is surrounded by numerous elevators and emergency stairwells. Numerous areas of the core have been assigned to certain personnel for research. Atrium Colossi. This large, open, domed area surrounds the core and apparently once held vegetation. The dome itself was a massive display, its composition undetermined, which was used solely to depict a sky as an indication of time of day. Numerous tram lines span at least 3 stories of the atrium, all leading to and from the core. Personnel have described them as looking like spokes in a wheel. Upon discovery, the death toll per area was highest in this area, suggesting that this was a high-traffic part of the city. Commercial Ring. A ring of what used to be small, independently owned shops and chains surrounds the Atrium Colossi. It is unknown whether or not commercial products were manufactured within the city. However, due to the immense size of the core itself and the city's apparent self-reliance, it is highly likely that the core possesses a manufacturing area. Habitation Ring A. The styles of living spaces found in this area suggest that its inhabitants were the wealthiest of the city. Numerous documents found throughout the city seem to confirm this assumption as well. Habitation Ring B. This entire ring was inhabited by the middle-class citizens of SCP-110. The area is still being searched for items of interest. To date, SCPs have been recovered from here. Habitation Ring C. This ring was inhabited by the lower-class citizens of SCP-110. It was found in extremely poor condition and is currently being restored by SCP Maintenance Teams 01-12. It is speculated that due to its location furthest from the core, it suffered the most damage from the temporal disturbance. Damage to SCP-110 increases proportionally to distance from the core. Atria Vegas. As so named by numerous maps, these atria were only slightly smaller in area than Atrium Colossi and provided an estimated 80% of all foodstuffs to the population of SCP-110. These atria were once open-air spaces and thus suffered a great deal of damage upon arrival at site, as it is estimated that SCP-110 was displaced at least 300 meters below its original position. Recovery of these atria is revealing advanced plant-growing technology that has useful applications. Atrium Animus. Atrium Animus was responsible for the remaining 20% of foodstuffs. This atrium has at least 20 stories that were once modeled after the natural environments of the animals that were raised there. Each level had a tightly controlled climate and was subdivided, so that different species of animals had no contact with one another. Some of the genetic labs attached to Atrium animus were found intact and are currently being explored by personnel. Atria recreus. These atria were used for the sole purpose of recreation. They are found between the different habitation rings and typically consist of parks, artificial bodies of water, shopping malls, and other types of civilian recreation. These atria have been suggested for use with SCPs that require an outdoor-like environment or a temperature and humidity-controlled environment. Conversion plans have been drawn up. SCP Research Ring. This city apparently had its outermost ring devoted to research of safe and Euclid-class SCPs, although no documentation within the city is able to confirm this ring's existence. This suggests that SCP-110 was not originally designed by the private sector, and rather was used as cover for SCPs currently unknown. The ring is highly dangerous, as it has suffered the most damage out of all sectors of SCP-110, thus potentially freeing some of the more dangerous SCPs. Only 2 members of SCP Exploration Team 03 have survived exploring the ring. Their accounts are contained within Document 110-F. Architectural styles of SCP-110. SCP-110 has been confirmed to be of human origin, and all materials used in its construction are terrestrial. The architectural styles of SCP-110 seem to vary depending on location. The main styles are listed below. Core services, utilitarian, atrium colossi, Greco-Roman revival, and this applies to all atria. Commercial ring, postmodern. Habitation ring A, Art Deco. Habitation ring B, expressionist. Habitation ring C, utilitarian. SCP Research Ring, too damaged to determine. The different architectural styles of SCP-110 create a problem when attempting to ascertain the general area in which it was built. The earliest documents found claim that the city was built in by the group. Document 001-A, the last note. To those who find this document, my name is Stefan Kolznick. Rather, my name was Stefan Kolznick. I will be dead by the time you read this. I was a chief engineer of the city, as well as the director of program contained within the outer containment and habitation rings. Due to an accident with an entity known as the entire city of has been dislocated from its original area of. Nobody here knows where we are. From what I have been able to observe, the outer rings have sustained heavy damage, and their contents are threatening the inhabitants of inner rings. Though we are surely doomed anyways, as the core has sustained heavy damage. 3 of the main life-sustaining services contained within the core are damaged beyond reasonable repair. Any attempts to repair them would take more time than we have left to live. Life support systems will go down soon. I would estimate that they have between 4 to 10 hours of function left. To whoever finds this, contain as best you can. Do not follow the same mistakes as our containment procedures had. If you do, you shall regret it. End document. List of notable SCPs found within SCP-110. Dragon Snails. Item Number SCP-111. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. All specimens of SCP-111 in captivity are housed at Site-19 in a 5 by 5 by 5 meter plexiglass enclosure containing a temperate forest habitat transplanted from its natural surroundings. Habitat temperature will be maintained at 30 degrees Celsius. Feeding is to take place weekly by personnel placing 3 kilograms of iceberg lettuce into the containment chamber. Water is to be supplied by an automatic misting system, which regulates humidity levels at 50%, both for water required by SCP-111 and to prevent fires. In event of SCP-111 specimens breeding, personnel are to collect all eggs and transport them to the Biological Studies Wing for freezing. Description: SCP-111 is an apparently artificial species of invertebrate vaguely resembling snails. Adult species of SCP-111 are approximately 20 centimeters in length, 12 centimeters in width, and 15 centimeters in height, although exact size differs slightly between specimens. SCP-111 specimens differ from ordinary snails in that they have a warm-blooded metabolism, complex eyes, small horns consisting of cartilage-ridged tentacles, apparently increased intelligence. Personnel are requested to read test log for examples, and a complex vertebrate-type jaw structure. As well, specimens lay eggs possessing hardened shells. Most abnormally, SCP-111 specimens possess small hollow sacs below their lower jaws, containing methane from digestive byproducts. A series of along the inside of a trachea serves as a lighter, igniting stored methane as the specimen exhales, blowing a small jet of flame from its mouth. Said fire breathing generally occurs in event of stress or anger, although it is not apparently used deliberately for destruction, but rather as a warning. This is presumably due to the limited size of methane sacs, which limits SCP-111 specimens in the amount of fire they can exhale at a time, and both requiring time and starch food to refuel. SCP-111's behavior is inconsistent with that of ordinary snail species, including whistling and hooting vocalizations easily audible to humans, high intellect seen in such tests as and parents caring for their young. Hatchlings have been observed imprinting on their parents, other members of their own species, or researchers. This is presumed to be a deliberate trait based on Document 111-A, as it means that hatchlings imprint upon owners. History on a package containing 12 SCP-111 eggs and Document 111-A was mailed to a Foundation Front organization. Mobile Task Force Alpha-4 have proven unable to locate the sender of said package. Document 111-A. New from Dr. Wondertainment, Dragon Snails, trademarked, the perfect pets for the fantasy-loving child. Care and hatching instructions. 1. Having read this document, take the eggs out of a box. Be careful, dragon snail eggs are fragile. 2. Put the eggs in a warm, safe place and wait 7 to 10 days. Hold your newly hatched dragon snails so they get a good look at you and think you're their mommy. 4. Enjoy your new pet dragon snails. To feed your dragon snails, give your new little friends some raw veggies, lettuce, Brussels sprouts, beans, any sort of salad stuff you don't want. Remember to give them water, a small glass each, once a day. For your enjoyment, dragon snails come in 6 types. Breed them for unique pets. Types: slimy bellies, adorable and oozy little fellows with awesome fire engine red-colored skin, little black horns and belly, and a speckled tan shell. Beautiful robin's egg blue eggs. 2. Ooze drakes. Inquisitive little creatures with neat banana-colored skins, curly horns, and striped shells. Pale tan eggs like a chicken. 3. Gooey verns. Dark blue-gray skin, flattened shells, and a bumpy horned head make gooey verns look like tiny sea monsters. Eggs are a fantastic glassy green color. 4. Blobworms. green and gold stripes, pointy shells, and a single horn, not to mention fuzzy tails, makes blobworms wonderful pets. Eggs are tan with a silver tint. 5. Glow drakes. New from Dr. Wondertainment, these little fellows may look like blue-black slimy bellies until they light up. That's right, glow drakes glow in the dark. Eggs are a golden color with little red dots. 6. Gunky verns. Chubby, green-skinned, and dome-shelved, gunky verns make great pets. Eggs are transparent, so you can see the baby dragon snail inside. Parental notice. As Dr. Wondertainment's dragon snails breathe fire, they have been known to cause house fires. For maximum playtime fun and safety, it is recommended that fire extinguishers be kept handy. Despite this, Dr. Wondertainment is not legally, morally, or financially responsible for any injuries, death, or property damage resulting from the unsafe use of dragon snails or any other Dr. Wondertainment products. By reading this document and incubating your dragon snail eggs, you agree to all said terms and forfeit your right to lawsuits, organized boycotts, protests, honor duels, etc. Enjoy your purchase! The Gender Switcher. Item Number SCP-113. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-113 is to be kept in standard storage in Site-23. SCP-113 may be handled with laboratory gloves. No organism may be exposed to SCP-113 without prior approval. Personnel exposed to SCP-113 are to be kept under medical observation for 7 days. Description: SCP-113 resembles a small, polished piece of red jasper. Analysis shows that SCP-113 is not composed of jasper, but composition similar to that of other recovered objects. When SCP-113 comes in direct contact with the flesh of an organism possessing sex chromosomes, the organism's physical characteristics associated with gender and biological sex are transformed, including genetics and secondary sexual characteristics, either reversed or altered. Stage 1. Lasts approximately 0.2 seconds. SCP-113 bonds with the cells that it touches and induces an unidentified chemical change. This process causes tissue damage similar to mild burns, and SCP-113 cannot be removed from contact with the subject until all stages complete. Stage 2. Lasts approximately 20 seconds. SCP-113 emits a low-intensity electromagnetic wave which travels through the subject's body. Subjects may experience nausea and vomiting, along with a stinging sensation throughout the body. Stage 3. Lasts approximately 60 seconds. The subject's cellular makeup is temporarily transformed. Altered cell composition ranges widely from being unidentifiable as human to a unique variation of partially differentiated stem cells. The subject will experience intense simulation of all sensory nerves during the final 20 seconds of this stage, and described this part of the process as extremely painful. Subjects in poor health may die of shock in this stage. At the end of this stage, the subject's biological sex is permanently altered. In standard cases, the subject's biological sex will be changed to the opposite biological sex. All primary and secondary sexual characteristics are altered accordingly. Stage 4. SCP-113 disengages from the subject and becomes inert. Subjects with sex chromosomes atypical for their species, such as intersex humans, are affected in unpredictable ways by SCP-113. In human intersex subjects, this appears to be influenced by gender identity. Such subjects may be unaffected, or their bodies may change to match baseline male or female bodies with sex chromosomes to match, or other results may occur. Usually, change seems to match or partially match subject's gender identity during initial use, if gender identity is non-standard. Whether SCP-113 alters its effect based on the presence of a non-standard gender identity is under investigation. Gender identity of human subjects is not typically altered by SCP-113. In subjects with non-standard gender identities, typically gender identities which do not match their pre-exposure biological sex, this usually results in positive psychological effects. In subjects with standard gender identities, male or female, matching pre-exposure biological sex, psychological effects are usually negative. These appear to be natural psychological reactions and not an anomalous effect of SCP-113. SCP-113 exposure results in unusual effects in certain species. In Varanus komodoensis, the Komodo dragon, a number of ZW/ZZ individuals were transformed to possess WW chromosomes instead of ZZ or ZW, which was in every instance fatal. In Cairnoheptus elegans, a nematode, no males were produced despite C. elegans having two sexes, hermaphrodite and male. Male subjects became hermaphrodites and hermaphrodite subjects were unaffected. Note: in wild populations, male C. elegans are extremely rare. Subjects of single-sex hermaphroditic species, such as earthworms, will not be transformed by SCP-113. The object's process will stop at the second stage, and the object will become inert. Previously exposed subjects may undergo SCP-113's effects, again by reinitiating contact with SCP-113 after approximately 60 seconds have passed. However, in 25% of cases, immediate second exposure to SCP-113 fails to transform the subject correctly. Transformation failure varies in nature, but usually includes massive bone, organ, and tissue damage to the subject, as well as partial or complete obliteration of genitalia. This commonly results in death by organ trauma or internal bleeding. Failure rate can be affected by subjects not coming into contact with SCP-113 for a lengthy period of time, which varies by subject. Patterns are under research. Under normal circumstances, transformation failure rate increases exponentially upon multiple exposures. Subjects who survive rapid, repeated exposure are eventually transformed. Further anomalous elements continue to appear as exposure count increases. Thank you for listening. Intro music for this episode was from Punch Deck. You can find more at soundcloud.com/punch-deck. Additional music was from Mayu. This episode was recorded live on Discord. If you want access, you can join the Discord server. There is a link in the show notes, and we will be doing occasional live recordings as well as episode discussion and just generally a nice community there. As well, level 2 patrons or higher get early ad-free episodes. You can make a request for me to read an SCP in either the Discord or there is a form linked below. Leaving a review, rating, or sharing always helps. Thanks for listening, and I will see you in the next episode. Bringer of Conflict. Item Number SCP-114. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-114 is kept in a 10-meter cubed standard concrete humanoid containment cell at Site-17. The cell is positioned at the top of a 40-meter shaft to prevent staff members from coming into the proximity of SCP-114. The cell is accessible by a staircase restricted to emergency use only. Daily rations are provided to SCP-114 3 times a day by means of a dumbwaiter. SCP-114 is also permitted to submit written requests to attending staff by the same means. To date, SCP-114 has been granted 1 Quran, 1 prayer rug, and 1 blank journal with pens. Research on SCP-114 is suspended until further notice. Elimination of SCP-114 is acceptable in the event of a multiple containment breach crisis. Description: SCP-114 is a Pashtun woman of Afghani origin, approximately 40 years old and 160 centimeters tall. SCP-114 has the involuntary effect of fostering and escalating violent conflict between all individuals in her proximity. Subjects within 10 to 15 meters of SCP-114 become inconsolably aggressive at trivialities or points of little consequence, often to the degree of projecting hostile motives on others. Arguments generally arise between individuals after 1 to 3 minutes of exposure to SCP-114. The resulting arguments turn to violence in all cases. Notably, persons affected by the presence of SCP-114 will never exhibit hostility towards SCP-114 or attempt to inflict harm upon her. Subjects ordered to deliberately injure SCP-114 find themselves unable to do so. For relevant information, see Experiment Log 114-A. Communication with SCP-114 has only been possible through written notes or electronic means. Researchers have gleaned that SCP-114 is unaware of her effect on other people. She shows little to no response to exposure of violence, and seems to be under the impression that human beings are naturally aggressively hostile to each other. SCP-114 is consistently unresponsive and uncooperative with researchers, and appears to be acutely wary of human interaction. Due to the difficulty of communication with SCP-114, psychological evaluations have been speculative, at best. Rudimentary assessments strongly suggest psychological trauma, combat stress reaction, and/or compassion fatigue have been tentatively proposed. Document 114-A-898-12. Abridged eyewitness report from a former soldier in the 40th Red Army, interviewed March 23, 1991. Translated and transcribed by We took on February the 1st, 1980. It was a shit little village, but the Mujahideen put up a damn good fight. 8 of our men killed, 15 wounded, 1 tank destroyed. It was dead cold, too. You think the Middle East is warm, but you go to the mountains in February, it is not so. Anyway, we were mopping up the area, going through the huts, looking for weapon caches and the like. It seemed like every doorstep had some old babushka weeping and tearing at her hair and clutching our knees. But at the end of the street was this one big hut, no babushka outside. Only there were trays of food left out, like an offering before the door. So 6 of us go in to search. It was big and empty inside, dusty and practically bare. Didn't look like anyone had been in there for a long time. But soon, we hear this soft whimpering. Oh, look. Over in the corner there's a little girl, must be 8 or 9, curled up all alone. Pyotr, he was a big softy. He goes over, he bends down, puts out his hands, says, "Come on, little one. It is okay, we won't hurt you." But the girl won't budge. Then Pyotr stands up all stiffly and looks at us, and looks back at us funny. Konstantin walks over and puts a hand on his shoulder, tells him to leave the girl alone, laughing good-naturedly. Pyotr gets all red-faced, like he's had a full bottle, and shouts, "Get your damn hand off my shoulder," or something of the sort. He looks like a wild animal. We were all in surprise. And suddenly, they are on the ground, and he's bashing Konstantin's face with the butt of his rifle, screaming. It took 3 of us to pull him off, and by then Konstantin was dead. Hey everyone, this is just a quick update before we get into this episode's reading. This is the last episode using my old mic. If you saw my update on Instagram, I now have a new microphone which sounds like this, and you will hear it fully in the next episode. Second thing is, I haven't been able to keep a consistent schedule lately because school, even though it's online, we are still finishing up some courses, but when summer starts, I will definitely be able to release more episodes than usual. Thanks for sticking with me, and now we'll get to this week's episode. Miniature Dump Truck. Item Number SCP-115. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-115-1 is to be stored in the Secure Vehicle Storage Facility in Site, where access is restricted unless accompanied by Level 3 personnel or higher. SCP-115-2 is currently being kept in a secure drawer of Dr. desk. SCP-115 is not to be used without Dr. explicit approval. Any site staff using SCP-115-2 must return it in a timely manner or face punitive measures. No other special containment procedures are required. Description: SCP-115 is a toy dump truck with no identifying markers or labels to identify its original manufacturer. However, unlike regular toy dump trucks, SCP-115-1 weighs as much as the actual vehicle it represents, roughly 90 tons. It is currently unknown how the vehicle weighs this much, as analysis of SCP-115-1's composition reveals that it is made of the same commercial plastic commonly found in similar cheap quality toys. SCP-115-1 is also capable of motorized movement and can function exactly like a normal dump truck, excepting the fact that it is several magnitudes smaller. It is controlled by SCP-115-2, which resembles a heavily modified RC car controller. SCP-115-2 can control SCP-115-1's movements despite the fact that SCP-115-1 lacks any kind of radio receiver or mechanical parts. SCP-115-2 does not work with any other radio-controlled device, but otherwise functions exactly like a mundane radio controller, even requiring batteries to function correctly. Testing has shown that in addition to its abnormal weight, SCP-115-1 also has a similar carrying capacity as its larger counterparts, being able to carry or tow roughly 120 tons of cargo. In addition, SCP-115-1 also apparently needs diesel fuel to run properly. There is a small port in its left side that allows fueling, though it stores and consumes as much fuel as a regular dump truck. How it consumes the diesel fuel, as well as where it is stored, are issues currently under study. SCP-115-1 was originally found in a construction site in where workers attempted to move it, but found the task impossible due to the fact that SCP-115-1 weighs 90 tons. They were forced to use heavy machinery to move SCP-115-1 off the construction site and to a nearby town, where it became a local curiosity. Agents and discovered SCP-115-1 and found SCP-115-2 at the same construction site. Class A amnestics were distributed among the townspeople in order to cover up SCP-115-1's existence. To anybody using SCP-115-1 for testing, I would like to remind you about Newton's laws. Driving SCP-115-1 recklessly at high speeds is inviting disaster, and we've already had to deal with several destroyed walls and equipment due to improper handling. Dr. The Brittle Boy. Item Number SCP-116. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-116 is kept in a 16 by 16 meter cell constructed of Kevlar with 1 meter porous rubber padding on all surfaces. No personnel are to enter cell without proper briefing and threat reduction measures. See Appendix 3. Cell is to be monitored at all times by 6 agents, 4 stationed at corner points of cell, and 2 stationed within SCP-116. No pointed objects or intrusive testing equipment of any kind are to be placed in the possession of the agents within the cell. Outside monitoring is achieved using VBS-05 class concealed button cameras stationed at high corners in the cell. Outside monitoring is to be carried out by a further 2 agents. If suspicious activity begins, initialize Achilles Procedure Delta. All monitoring agents, internal or external, are to undergo bi-monthly IQ tests as well as standard weekly psychiatric analysis. Significant drops in the IQ of agents, greater or equal to 5 points, is to be regarded as prolonged exposure and to be treated as outlined in standard quarantine instructions. Description: SCP-116 has a standard appearance of a Caucasian male of around 9 years of age. Skin is cauterized and scarred over 98% of body, limbs, and head. SCP-116's bone structure is drastically different from standard Homo sapiens bone layout, and all bones are dangerously brittle. The most distinguishing difference between the human body and that of SCP-116 is the non-existence of joints in the latter. SCP-116 is entirely capable of independent movement, but to do so would cause multiple shattering breaks to all bones affected by said movement. To combat this, SCP-116 shows remarkable self-healing and over a period of minutes can completely regenerate its rigid bone placement. SCP-116 has shown some language skill since acquisition. However, the only language it speaks is a disrupted and broken version of English, in which every word has been replaced with an almost entirely unconnected one. Prolonged attempts to make sense of SCP-116's speech have resulted in some long-term mental degradation in researchers. There seems to be no pattern to the word replacement, and attempts continue to translate it. Research suggests that SCP-116 may be capable of low-level telepathy, which deteriorates the victim's brain functions over a long period of time. Appendix 1. Sergeant 19-0529. Memorandum, May 29th. Subject: Development of suicidal tendencies by SCP-116. NB: SCP-116 has begun to show extreme suicidal tendencies. Request modification of monitoring and containment protocol to avoid undue damage to subject. Appendix 2. Dr. 19-1429. SCP-116 Language Notes, June 19. 116's unique linguistic setup is one of increasing interest to me. Continuing research by my team and me have yielded these somewhat basic results. Attached file 116 linguistics _A A0.001.doc. No clear reasoning has been found as to why 116 communicates in this way. Although the words spoken by it are in English, the parameters under which they operate are drastically different. No attempt has yet been made to produce written language from SCP-116 due to bone structure anomalies. Even speaking can be an extreme challenge for 116, despite its experienced dulled pain receptors. I have taken a special interest in this subject, as the way in which it reacts to normal English is remarkable. It is obvious that what we say to it sounds just as garbled to it as what it says back to us, if that makes any sense at all. In my years at Site 19, I have never seen anything quite like it linguistically. I will try to study and record what I find. Appendix 3. Lieutenant 19-0349. Memorandum, June 30th. Subject: procedure of and relating to worrying new suicidal tendencies shown by SCP-116. 1. No solid equipment weighing more than 8 pounds may be taken into the cell. 2. All interior guards are to have canine teeth filed until blunted completely. 3. Security level is to be raised to RT5. Full body cavity search and X-ray before entrance to cell is granted. 4. If any asphyxiation or hypoxia appears to be affecting SCP-116, emergency CPR is to be administered by internal guards. Suggestion noted that SCP-116 should be connected to a life support machine, even when not in danger of death, to prevent unintentional termination. Appendix 4. Sergeant 19-0529. Memorandum, July 11th. Subject: cessation of research regarding SCP-116. Any and all research regarding SCP-116 is to be immediately halted until further notice. Dr. The primary researcher into SCP-116's language and delayed telepathy is to be removed from this site and kept in solitary confinement until all symptoms of his dementia and schizophrenia have dissipated. All personnel involved with SCP-116 are to be quarantined until further notice. Full bone marrow transplants are to be performed on all agents who have been in tactile contact with SCP-116. Suggested termination of interior guard protocol noted. Appendix 5. Colonel 20-0212. Subject: cessation of SCP-116 project. Memorandum, March 20th. Given the suicidal tendencies of SCP-116, its deleterious effects on involved personnel, and lack of significant useful progress in research, I propose we allow SCP-116 to self-terminate in a controlled environment. This thing has, so far, proven to be a fruitless waste of resources. Perhaps post-mortem examination will provide us with answers we haven't been able to obtain so far. Thanks for listening. Intro music for this episode was from Punch Deck. You can find more at soundcloud.com/punch-deck. Additional music was from Mayu. Level 2 patrons or higher get early, ad-free episodes. Everything is listed in the show notes, including a form where anyone can request to have any SCP read. Quick note that I'm trying to record episodes live on my Discord server, and also on YouTube, so if you see me live there in any of those places, feel free to hop on. Leaving a review, rating, or sharing always helps. Thanks for listening, and I will see you in the next episode. Concrete Cradle. Item Number SCP-121. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. Containment Site 83 has been established outside SCP-121 to house personnel dedicated to the containment of SCP-121. The perimeter of SCP-121 is to remain fenced off from the surrounding area, with guards stationed along the perimeter at all times. Guards are to don local military uniforms and remain heavily armed at all times. Rotation of guards is to occur every 4 hours. The surrounding population is to remain informed that SCP-121 is quarantined due to persisting hazardous material. Warning signs are to be placed every 75, 50, and 25 kilometers out along roads leading to SCP-121 to deter trespassers. Civilians who approach the perimeter of SCP-121 are to be reminded of a quarantine and forced to depart. Those who resist are to be detained for questioning. In the event that approaching civilians witness an active instance of SCP-121-1 or 2, Class A amnestics are to be administered. Any meteorological data regarding SCP-121's anomalous effect is to be censored, and SCP-121 has been labeled a no-flight zone to prevent knowledge of SCP-121-1 and 2. Site Task Force Iota-71, codenamed Homewreckers, has been established and permanently assigned to Containment Site 83 in response to the threat of SCP-121-2. They are to escort researchers interested in studying non-hostile instances of SCP-121-2, as well as neutralize any instances that have grown to potentially lethal sizes. In the event of an attempted containment breach, Iota-71 is to assist perimeter guards in the neutralization of the instance of SCP-121-2. Any buildings within SCP-121 that develop into SCP-121-1 are to be recorded and monitored at all times for transition into SCP-121-2. Instances of SCP-121-2 that become innately hostile upon transition are to be neutralized. However, passive instances may continue to dwell within the perimeter of SCP-121 for research purposes until they've grown to a size too dangerous to contain or become hostile, at which point they are to be neutralized. Description: SCP-121 is a region of land occupied by the former town of Colorado. This town was home to roughly 6,800 prior to enactment of current containment protocol, and holds roughly 3,000 buildings, both residential and commercial. Clouds above SCP-121 appear incapable of entering an area roughly 12 kilometers in diameter, instead passing around the area. It is suspected that this is related to SCP-121's range of effect, but it is not known how at this time. Buildings in SCP-121 will sporadically detach from any foundations and ascend into the air. Footnote 1. No more than one at a time, with 3 weeks minimum between manifestation. At this point, the buildings are identified as SCP-121-1. Instances of SCP-121-1 ascend to a random height of a minimum of 45 meters. Regardless of the previous state of a building, doors and windows become locked, and any potential entryways become barricaded by furniture inside. Forced entry has shown an increased ambient temperature of roughly 35 degrees and a relative humidity of roughly 65%, but a lack of any further anomalous properties. Instances of SCP-121-1 will cease suspension after a minimum period of 10 weeks, but may remain airborne for no more than 15 weeks afterwards. Instances do not show any abnormal levels of durability, and near total destruction of SCP-121-1 upon impact with the ground is common. After impact, the remains of instances of SCP-121-1 will contain an ovoid object approximately 1.2 meters by 1.2 meters by 2 meters, composed of materials consistent with furniture found inside the home. Footnote 2. Examination of mostly intact instances of SCP-121-1 show an absence of previous furnishings. The object will begin to locomote on its own accord. At this point, it will be referred to as SCP-121-2. SCP-121-2 begin to form on a conglomerate with nearby materials, including debris from SCP-121-1, flora, automobiles, and, on rare occasion, other buildings. SCP-121-2 will continue to attract objects until it forms a body of material 9 meters in height, at which point the body will animate and appear to take on levels of sentience. SCP-121-2 may, at this point, begin to simulate ingesting other material to continue growing at a considerably slower rate. Ingestion appears to be the sole purpose of continued growth, as instances have gone prolonged periods of time without material. Certain items have been known to attach to SCP-121-2 instantaneously, despite size and the lack of simulated ingestion. Instances of SCP-121-2 normally resemble animals capable of locomotion on land, but have been known to take on humanoid forms and forms that do not resemble any known animal. They are primarily docile and normally do not display hostility towards personnel unless provoked. However, SCP-121-2 instances have been known to form with innate aggressive and territorial behavior. This behavior has also been observed to develop following the accumulation of certain items, including firearms, bladed weapons, and in one example, the taxidermy head of a bear. SCP-121 came to the attention of a foundation when local authorities were flooded with reports of a previously abandoned residence suddenly flying in the sky. The town was evacuated under the guise of a hazardous material spill, and the residence was observed. Once the instance of SCP-121-1 transitioned into SCP-121-2, SCP-121-2 was quickly neutralized. Following the neutralization, another instance of SCP-121-1 developed. Footnote 3. This is the only occasion on which the creation of SCP-121-1 has so closely followed the creation of an instance of SCP-121-2, and the town was permanently evacuated and contained. Incident 121-A. On 11/04/98, a sound described as a muffled siren was heard for approximately 5 minutes. An active instance of SCP-121-1 was suddenly subject to an immense force following the sound, causing the building to prematurely break apart while suspended before the 10-week minimum. Neighboring towns reported hearing the sound. Local press were informed quarantine staff were being evacuated due to a temporary elevation in toxic levels. The cause of a sound is currently unknown. Further research is recommended. 3 weeks following the sound and destruction of SCP-121-1, the remains finally fell to the ground. Inside the rubble were remnants of the ovoid object found in SCP-121-2, along with traces of aluminum slag. Incident 121-B. On 05/09/12, a 1991 Dodge Caravan was found suspended 53 meters in the air. Internal surveillance is at this time impossible, due to the windows being obscured by what appears to be wool cloth. Further observation of the vehicle is recommended. No more monsters. Item number SCP-122. Object Class Keter. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-122 is to be stored in a standard containment chamber containing a single electrical outlet. No personnel dormitories are to be constructed within 500 meters of a containment area. At no time should SCP-122 enter an unpowered state. Several redundant power systems are to be maintained and inspected regularly. In the event of SCP-122-1 manifestation, 35 members of site personnel assigned to enact containment are to be deployed outside the containment chamber. If it becomes hostile, Procedure 99 Renmar is to be enacted. Due to the potentially disastrous side effects in the event of cross-contamination, at no point are SCP-122 and instances of SCP-3060 to be stored at the same facility. To enact Procedure 99 Renmar, all subjects are to assume specific positions in and around the containment chamber in order to prevent a containment breach. 2 subjects are to man a portable generator with which the equipment used in Procedure 99 Renmar is powered. 3 subjects are to be equipped with chemical irritants created as a byproduct of SCP-1837, which has been found to have an inhibitory effect on SCP-122-1 instances. After all instances of SCP-122-1 have been reduced to the point where entry is safe, 5 subjects are to enter the containment chamber and use an electrical extension cord from the generator to return SCP-122 to a powered state. These personnel are to be considered irrecoverable after entering SCP-122's containment chamber due to its effect. The remaining personnel are redundant. They will take the place of any incapacitated personnel. Description: SCP-122 is a children's nightlight in the design of a stylized shooting star. When it is in a powered state, SCP-122 lets off between 14 to 20 lux. No manufacturer's mark is present on or within SCP-122's components. When in an unpowered state, SCP-122 will affect all subjects within a 500-meter radius of its location. When the subjects enter REM sleep, they will move into a comatose state in which they will remain until SCP-122 is resupplied with power. While comatose, humanoid figures appearing to be composed of a black, slightly translucent mass will appear from any shadows around the subject. These figures are hereafter known as instances of SCP-122-1. Instances of SCP-122-1 exhibit signs of sapience and sentience, with physical abilities roughly equivalent to the affected subjects. They will attempt to locate as many human subjects as possible and expose them to SCP-122's effect. As more subjects are affected by SCP-122, its radius of effect will expand, with a maximum range seen in testing being over 2.7 kilometers. The SCP-122-1 instances will attempt to gather all sleep aids within the area of effect and apply them to the subjects. These objects have included insomnia medication, traditional medicines known to be used as treatment with insomniacs, pillows, blankets, mattresses, and bed frames, media such as lullabies. When in a powered state, SCP-122 will affect the sleep patterns of all subjects within its radius. If a subject awakens from a state of REM sleep while within SCP-122's radius, they will display signs of insomnia and complain of unusual dreams. Footnote 1. Proposals to determine SCP-2840's effects on the dreams are currently pending approval. These dreams have been found to ease minor psychological disturbances, and all personnel should be given weekly psychological evaluations. See Incident 122-1. SCP-122 was discovered within the Linnell Children's Hospital on after several reports of SCP-122-1 manifestations reached locally embedded agents. When the area was investigated, it was found that all subjects within the building had been affected by SCP-122. Recovered documents indicate that a patient brought SCP-122 when being admitted. However, no record of a patient's identity has been found. Agents secured SCP-122 with a portable power source, and it was transported to Site-19. Addendum 122-B. SCP-122 reclassified to Keter following Incident 122-1. Moved to Armed Reliquary Containment Area 02. Incident 122-1. On 11 instances of SCP-122-1 breached containment, causing the death of over members of site personnel and casualties. Following recontainment operations, SCP-122's containment procedures were put under review. During this review, security footage of several maintenance personnel tampering with SCP-122's chamber lock was discovered. When questioned, the subjects claimed that they had done so under duress, saying that a canary was not allowing them to sleep until they released SCP-122. Affected subjects were given Class A amnestics, and containment procedures were revised. Upgrade to Keter requested. Contained Miniature Black Hole. Item Number SCP-123. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-123 is to be held in a secured facility and is to be securely fastened to the top of a sturdy table by use of straps, chains, a net, or similar device. Absolutely no hooks shall be fastened to the device. The object and table should be centrally located in a room no smaller than 5 meters by 5 meters by 5 meters. No sensitive measuring devices should be used within 100 meters of SCP-123, as their measurements will be noticeably affected. More significantly, absolutely no objects shall be inserted into SCP-123 except under experimental conditions. Transfer of SCP-123 shall be made with care, and effort made to prevent the object from being shaken or jerked with notable force. SCP-123 shall not, under any circumstances, be transported over large bodies of water by any method. No personnel below Level 2 must be allowed in the containment chamber with SCP-123. Any person interacting with the object should wear tight-fitting clothing that has absolutely no straps, laces, or other dangling components. Persons with long hair shall be required to tie their hair back or wear a hairnet. Description: Object is a gray geodesic sphere 65 centimeters in diameter, consisting of 60 triangles. The areas between these triangles are empty, allowing the center of the sphere to be seen. The material the sphere is composed of is unknown, and upon the recommendation of Dr. research into the material composition shall be limited to visual observation until further notice. SCP-123 appears to weigh about 3.62 kilograms, though its actual mass is believed to be much higher. The geodesic sphere is hollow, save for the very center. At the center of SCP-123 is what appears to be a black sphere, approximately 1 millimeter in diameter. No light can be seen being reflected off or emitted from the black sphere. The core also appears to exhibit significant gravitational force, which massively increases within the confines of the outer geodesic sphere. This gravitational force can be measured using sensitive instruments several dozen meters away. Within approximately 3 meters, the gravitational pull is apparent to any observer, with dangling objects beginning to be pulled towards the sphere. At the center of the outer sphere, the gravitational pull doubles the weight of any object placed onto the surface. The inner sphere's qualities are apparent when any small object is inserted within the outer sphere. Any such object quickly accelerates into the object and disappears. Any liquid poured into the object is also sucked into the central sphere. Analysis has shown that the light that nears the black sphere is curved towards the center. The amount of gravity exhibited by the inner sphere at its surface suggests that its mass is approximately 10 to the exponent of 29 kilograms. though the gravity-reducing effect within the outer sphere means that its actual mass may actually far exceed even that. Note that such a mass would ordinarily imply a Schwarzschild radius in the order of 200 meters, way in excess of the approximate 0.5 millimeters actually observed, which can be considered further testament to the outer sphere's gravity-dampening qualities. Gases are measured by the gravity of SCP-123, and the atmosphere pressure at its surface has been measured at 205 kilopascals. However, gases are unable to penetrate the area between the triangles of the outer geodesic sphere. The reason for this is currently unknown and is currently being studied. It should be noted that the outer sphere and the inner sphere appear to act as one. Whenever the outer sphere is moved, the inner sphere follows. Further research is suggested into the nature of this relationship. Addendum SCP-123-A. SCP-123 has been suggested as a disposal unit. The researcher currently in charge of SCP-123, Dr. is concerned about the structural integrity of a geodesic sphere. All requests for disposal must go through Dr. or request a formal hearing with Level 4 personnel. Until further notice, all interaction with SCP-123 is to be restricted to experimentation. Command personnel agree that further research is needed to understand the durability of the outer sphere. Fertile soil. Item number SCP-124. Object class Euclid. Special containment procedures. SCP-124 is to be kept in a 4.2 meter by 2.1 meter stone pit in its containment cell. The pit is to be 1.5 meters deep. A plastic tarp is to be placed over SCP-124 when not in use. Absolutely no biological matter is allowed within 1 meter of SCP-124 when not being studied. An armed guard is to be stationed outside SCP-124's cell at all times. Description: SCP-124 is a plot of soil approximately 9 meters squared in area and 14 meters cubed in size. It was recovered from a Detroit basement when authorities were notified of 2 teenagers growing large amounts of marijuana. SCP-124 has the ability to grow any biological organism to its full potential in a relatively short amount of time. The length varies according to the complexity of the organism. Nothing growing in SCP-124 requires external nutrients or other resources. For example, a tomato plant would not require water or light. Pesticides, too, aren't needed, as SCP-124 has a repellent effect on any insect or any invertebrates not growing in it. Any food grown in SCP-124 is to be reported of very high quality, taste, and nutrition, no matter what state the food was in before being planted in SCP-124. Document 124-1. List of items grown in SCP-124. The following is a selective list of objects grown in SCP-124 during experiments. Input and product of SCP-124. Tomato seed, fully grown tomato plant. All tomatoes, 12 on each plant, were ripe and juicy, reported to be very tasty. Small watermelon, 0.8 kilograms. Product, 11.1 kilograms or 24.5 pound watermelon. Reported to be very sweet and tasty. Grass seed. SCP-124 quickly sprouted into a lush, green lawn within a matter of seconds. Slight dew on the grass. Small, overgrown hedge. A hedge trimmed and shaped like a dolphin. Small, overgrown hedge. A hedge trimmed and shaped like a skull. Small Labrador Retriever puppy, sandy brown. A fully grown, bronze-colored Labrador Retriever in peak condition. Currently living with Dr. Church. Small Caucasian fetus, male. After killing 6 personnel, the subject was terminated by SCP containment team. Fly larvae. Level 5 lockdown was initiated. Contagious reflection. Item number SCP-125. Object class Euclid. Special containment procedures. Supports for instances of SCP-125 are kept in padded boxes and covered with a fine nylon mesh that allows vision through, but obscures the surface of a mirror by at least 25%. These supports consist of a polished metallic surface, currently silver-plated brass, with no sharp or irregular edges, which must imperatively be smoothed out to prevent rips in the protective mesh. To further prevent incidents, any person penetrating the room where SCP-125 is located must also wear a protective mesh over their face. Metal-plated glass mirrors should be avoided for the purpose of containment, as SCP-125 is capable of moving from the glass itself to the metal surface. Any metallic surface in the room must be dulled to prevent reflections. As an additional security measure, the room is kept in darkness and monitored only via infrared and ultraviolet lighting when no experiment is taking place. No mirror or comparably reflective surface, including but not limited to metal case pens, sunglasses, laptop computers, and glass objects, may be allowed in the room outside controlled experiments. The SCP may not be photographed or filmed in its unrestrained state. If any personnel on site, and particularly personnel having recently been involved with SCP-125, report seeing black dots, MTF ETA-10 and SHE-7 will be immediately put on standby, and a Level 2 alert for potential containment breach will be declared. Individuals contained will undergo Containment Protocol 125-B and may not return to active duty until the instance of SCP-125 affecting their cornea has been rendered completely inert. Description: SCP-125 is an apparently sentient being that can exist only within reflections. At rest and viewed up front, it takes the form of a black circle, 17.2 mm in diameter, resting on the reflective surface. Its first anomalous characteristic is that it appears as a perfect circle to any observer, regardless of a surface's angles, bends, and the location of a viewer or viewers. In that regard, it acts more as if it was a sphere in contact with a surface, but lacking any shadow or highlight, and this even where an obstacle, such as containment mesh, makes it clear SCP-125 does not extend beyond the surface that it has imprinted to. SCP-125 does not reflect visible light or infrared. When observed in ultraviolet, however, up to and including for unclear reasons, it also emits a minute but measurable and constant amount of X-rays. SCP-125 is capable of movement across the surface it currently exists on. This movement may only occur across a surface uninterrupted by either an angle, the surface must follow a reasonably continuous curve, or a non-reflective area. SCP-125 has demonstrated incapability to cross scratches and frosted or etched areas of a surface. In many instances, however, SCP-125 will circumvent these limits by jumping to a reflection to round the corner, or between the separate outer glass and silver surfaces of a metal glass mirror, hence the preference for opaque metallic surfaces for containment purposes. Although capable of moving anywhere along the surface, SCP-125 generally remains immobile in a location near its edges, if any, and if on a surface that has a specific immobile orientation, will usually remain in the lower right corner or its equivalent, even if the item is later moved. Any reflective surface capable of displaying a reasonably accurate reflection of SCP-125 can host it. So far, this has included a wide range of mirror-quality surfaces, glasses, polished or varnished surfaces such as stone and wood, glossy plastic, and even undisturbed pools of liquid or polished nails. When reflected by another surface, SCP-125 is capable of instantly transferring to it. However, SCP-125 cannot survive on or transfer to or away from a surface smaller than its own area, approximately 2.32 centimeters cubed. Should it be constrained to one, it will rapidly become translucent and disappear completely. This entity has demonstrated a certain level of sentience and even sapience. Despite lacking physical existence, it appears unwilling to be touched directly or otherwise hidden from sight. It will also resist to the best of its abilities any attempt at reducing its freedom of movement, either by jumping to another surface or moving across its current one very fast. It will also flee from perceived threats, even complex ones expressed by speech, demonstrating an understanding of human communication. How it is capable of this and whether it can or wishes to communicate back is currently unknown. In its normal state, SCP-125 is completely harmless and incapable of multiplying. It is, however, perfectly capable of moving to a living reflective surface, specifically that of a living animal's cornea. It will, in fact, do everything in its power to do so, indicative of a natural desire. Once it has achieved this, SCP-125 diminishes in size by a factor of 10 to 1.72 millimeters in diameter. While existing on a surface of a living tissue, SCP-125 becomes capable of multiplying and infecting a potentially unknown number of surfaces, as opposed to merely moving between them. This multiplication occurs within the cornea, rapidly causing the victim to complain of seeing dots. Past this stage, the SCP-125 infestation will rapidly, within 5 to 9 days of initial infection, crowd out the entire tissue, causing the eye to go blind, after which stage the cells of the eye and optic nerve appear to undergo mass apoptosis, causing a non-infectious abscess. Why this occurs has yet to be elucidated. Only after the apoptotic stage has run its course does SCP-125 cease being contagious. No treatment for SCP-125 infestation is known to be efficient beyond keeping the affected eyes tightly covered to prevent further spread and administration of heavy antibiotics to reduce risk of infection. Outbreaks continue to occur on a regular basis, suggesting that SCP-125 is either a naturally occurring phenomenon or that it was spread over much of a planet at some point prior to the beginning of written history. For a list of known past outbreaks of SCP-125, see document SCP-125 Delta. Invisible Friend. Item Number SCP-126. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-126 is kept within a standard Euclid-class humanoid containment cell, despite not having needs consistent with that of a normal human or any kind of nourishment, as this environment has proven the most effective in keeping SCP-126 contained. In case of a containment breach, acoustic sensors embedded within SCP-126's containment cell, as well as the entire wing in which SCP-126's cell is housed, can be used to locate SCP-126. Firm but polite verbal requests for SCP-126 to return to its cell are to be given until it complies. Personnel interacting with SCP-126 must undergo regular psychiatric screening, and personnel exhibiting emotional attachment to SCP-126 must be administered a Class B amnestic and reassigned. Description: SCP-126 is an invisible and intangible entity that can only be identified by sound. SCP-126 is sentient, with the ability to speak in multiple languages in a female voice and engage in conversation with any subject within range. To date, no method by which SCP-126 can be visually detected has been devised, as SCP-126 does not appear to emit any kind of light, radiation, or electromagnetic energy. SCP-126 also emits sound when moving, consistent with footsteps made by a human subject, with a mass of approximately 55 to 60 kilograms, though no depressions can be seen in any floor materials and pressure sensors do not register any kind of presence. SCP-126 cannot pass through barriers that would prevent a normal human subject from passing, such as a closed door, but solid objects can be pushed through the space it occupies without any effect. For unknown reasons, SCP-126 will comply with any request for it to follow a specific human subject or move to a specific location without question, though it may move away afterwards, or if it is not able to physically comply with the request. SCP-126 exhibits knowledge of current topics and intelligence consistent with that of a college graduate, as well as moderate attention deficit disorder. SCP-126 will regularly change language without reason and stray off topic while conversing without warning. Attempts to question SCP-126 about its origin or nature have been unsuccessful, as SCP-126 becomes confused when presented with such questions and will quickly stray away from the topic. Despite not appearing to use or need any furniture or appliances, SCP-126 will request such items as a bed, dresser, mirror, and other sundries if not present, and is more likely to stay within a room if such items are available. A small number of personnel exhibit anomalous behavior after engaging in conversation with SCP-126, included but not limited to believing that they have known SCP-126 for many years, and that SCP-126 is a close friend or loved one. If not treated, these subjects will begin to ignore basic needs in order to continue conversing with SCP-126, eventually dying from dehydration or starvation. SCP-126 was discovered in a suburban home in after several reports of the house being haunted. A Foundation containment team was able to quickly locate SCP-126 and after conversing for several minutes, convinced SCP-126 to enter a mobile containment unit which was used to transfer it to a local Foundation containment site. Addendum 126-01 Researcher Note: To date, conversations with SCP-126 have yielded several notable personality traits. SCP-126 is mildly acronophobic and will move away from any specimens introduced to its containment cell. SCP-126 exhibits a desire to assist with any task which it believes it can be of help, despite being unable to manipulate objects. SCP-126 expresses a desire to have children and has conversed with staff on several occasions regarding child care methodology. SCP-126 has the ability to fluently speak English, French, German, Portuguese, Spanish, and at least 3 other unknown languages. Dr. Senior Researcher. The Living Gun. Item Number: SCP-127. Object Class: Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-127 is considered no more dangerous than a normal firearm of its type. However, due to its extraordinary properties, it is to be held in Weapons Locker 7C when not in use, and suspended in water rich in calcium and protein. At this time, Only the research team assigned to SCP-127 has clearance to access it. Description: SCP-127, upon first glance, appears to be a standard MP5K submachine gun. Tests have revealed that aside from the outer steel shell, the entirety of a firearm is organic and alive. The weapon's ammunition initially appeared to be human-like teeth. However, DNA testing of these bullets resulted in no match to any known species on Earth. SCP-127 features two settings, semi-automatic and fully automatic. An audible groan can be heard when switching between the two. Upon depleting the weapon's magazine, typically 60 shots, it takes between 3 to 5 days to regrow a new supply of ammunition. Attempts to remove the magazine have resulted in failure. It seems to be permanently attached to the weapon. SCP-127 does not seem capable of reproduction at this time. Scans have shown no apparent reproductive organs and requires no sustenance beyond water, calcium, and protein. SCP-127 was originally located in the house of Mr. James. Mr. was found dead from a heart attack on the night of November 17, 1991. Coroner's reports state that Mr. died sometime in the morning of November 8th, but was not noticed missing until more than a week later. No complications or unusual circumstances were found to lead to his death. Due to his extensive gun collection, the ATF and FBI were notified to collect his weapon. SCP-127 was discovered during testing and cataloging, and was promptly collected by SCP agents. Addendum: reclassified as safe, 1990. Progressive fungal infection. Item number: SCP-129. Object class: Keter. Special containment procedures. SCP-129 is at large in this world and infects large numbers of humans and animals daily. As such, containment efforts are focused on treatment of infected individuals and on eradication of any or all member species of SCP-129. Although at least 98% of the world's population harbors a natural immunity to one or more species of SCP-129, outbreaks that reach Stage 3 or higher, described below, must be contained as quickly as possible, with infected individuals quarantined under highest risk contagion protocols. See document number 129-A-1 for further information. In the event of Stage 4 or Stage 5 outbreak, in addition to the above procedures, as described in document number 129-A-2, Level 4 clearance required. Description: SCP-129 is a series of at least different species of fungus that can infect any animal with mucosal membranes. Infection by SCP-129 can pass through up to 5 stages, depending on exposure to further member species of SCP-129, individual resistance, and other factors, with each stage of infection facilitating progression to the next stage by weakening the individual's resistance to subsequent infection. Due to a combination of historical events, most humans and animals are naturally immune to SCP-129-04 through SCP-129-. Therefore, outbreaks of Stage 3 infections are quite rare, but have the potential for widespread infection if not swiftly isolated and contained. All known cases of SCP-129 have followed the below 5-stage progression, although possibly due to mutation. See SCP-1627. Stage 1. The first organism, SCP-129-01, attacks the victim's mucosal membranes, multiplying quickly and unobtrusively. A faint yeast-like smell might be detected, but beyond that, SCP-129-01 is asymptomatic. A second organism, SCP-129-02, can then infect the host, causing the victim to experience symptoms identical to those of acute viral nasopharyngitis, the common cold. The decreased efficacy of the host's immune system due to infection from SCP-129-02 allows SCP-129-01 to become entrenched further. SCP-129-01 and -02 generally leave the host body within 4 to 6 days. Though both species are fairly widespread, and most of a population has little to no protection against either organism, they pose little danger themselves, except to facilitate infection by SCP-129-03. Stage 2. Although SCP-129-03 is usually stopped by natural mucus, Stage 1 infection changes the composition of a host's mucus so that the host is significantly less resistant to SCP-129-03. Once established in the host, SCP-129-03 affects the host's mucus, lymph, and blood, such that other species of SCP-129 can thrive in the host. Symptoms of Stage 2 infection include greatly increased mucus production, a nagging cough due to excess phlegm, a lingering low-grade fever, increased sweating and salivating, a somewhat increased preference for vegetables, and the complaint that certain fruit juices taste odd. Infection by SCP-129-03 generally lasts from 2 weeks to 4 months before being driven out by the immune system, unless the host enters Stage 3 infection. Almost % of all humans have experienced Stage 2 infection at some point, but due to natural immunities, in spite of Stage 2 infection and the relative rarity of Stage 3 species, less than % have passed into Stage 3. Stage 3. In the absence of SCP-129-03, nearly all animals are immune to the 3 species that cause Stage 3 infection. However, a small number of Stage 2 victims can become infected with one or more of these species. In these cases, the fungal infections become entrenched in the host and cannot be removed without extraordinary measures. Individually, the 3 Stage 3 species elicit different symptoms in the host. SCP-129-04 causes increased tear production, lacrimation, slight yellowing of the eyes. SCP-129-05 causing the host's nails to thicken and significantly increasing earwax production. SCP-129-06 in particular, bright yellow urine and small pellets in the host's feces, both of which smell strongly of yeast. However, a victim who becomes infected with all 3 of these species will, within hours, develop flu-like or worse symptoms and become bedridden for 3 to 5 weeks. Afterward, though the victim appears to have recovered fully, in actuality, SCP-129 has spread throughout all systems in the host's body, making passage to Stage 4. Stage 4. Victims who reach Stage 4 appear generally healthy and indeed may be more lively and energetic than at any time since first contracting SCP-129. In actuality, SCP-129-01 through -06 has spread throughout the host's body, completely infiltrating the subject's immune, respiratory, circulatory, reproductive, and central nervous systems. Mycelia from SCP-129 species also permeate the host's skin and replace some percentage, up to % of the host's hair. These hyphae, which are nearly indistinguishable from the host's natural hair, are used to propagate SCP-129 to other hosts. Any potential host that comes into contact with shed-off hyphae has a 90% chance of becoming infected with SCP-129. Hyphae seem to be equally contagious from any part of a host's body, although if sexually transmitted due to despite or perhaps of increased susceptibility to SCP-129, Stage 4 victims are much more resistant to viral and bacterial pathogens than uninfected subjects. All known subjects who have reached Stage 4 have either progressed to Stage 5 or died within weeks. Stage 5. Symptoms of Stage 5 infection depend on a variety of factors, including particular Stage 5 species that are present, as well as genetic, physiological, environmental, and any number of unknown factors. However, as in Stage 4, all Stage 5 victims are highly contagious and can infect victims who had previously shown complete immunity. Notable manifestations of Stage 5 symptoms. February. Witnesses riding in a commuter train car in described a woman suddenly blowing up like a balloon and exploding, but instead of blood and viscera, the contents of a car were covered in spores and filaments. Analysis later showed that the victim was infected with SCP-129-09-14 and all persons and objects in the affected area were quarantined, euthanized, and incinerated per protocol. Casualties, including Foundation personnel. May. Following a string of disappearances in were tracked to a cave several kilometers from town. Inside, investigators found several pulsating mounds of flesh and vegetative material. Although most were unrecognizable, a few of the entities retained some human characteristics and were identified as some of the missing citizens. Researchers theorize that victims of this combination of SCP-129 would interact normally with the populace, attempting to infect others until, after a period of time, they would come to this cave. How and why they were brought there is not known. Upon arrival, the victims would be changed into the pulsating vegetative flesh mounds, which appear to be organisms modified to provide a long-term source of sustenance for SCP-129. Analysis suggests that the flesh mounds could potentially live for years. Autopsy revealed the presence of SCP-129-10, -11, -14, and site quarantined and sanitized per protocol. Known casualties. Post Office. Item Number SCP-130. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-130 is to be staffed by 12 D-Class, 6 security agents, Level 2 to 130, and 1 researcher, Level 3 to 130, twice per day, starting at 1/2 hour before local sunrise and sunset. All staff are to be appropriately uniformed and Caucasian only. When not staffed, 2 security agents will remain in the lobby, and 2 additional agents will patrol within the building. Agents are advised not to prevent people from entering the lobby, but to notify MTF Alpha 4 Pony Express to intercept anyone who receives a mail or a package. Twice per day, bundles, SCP-130-2, will appear in the mail room. The parcels within the bundles are to be sorted by uniformed staff into appropriate bags and placed in a designated vehicle for transport to site. Should mail arrive within the following addresses, follow Procedure Franklin 16, detailed in Addendum 130-2. Otherwise, mail will be checked under standard practices for any items of interest. Objects are not to be placed for outgoing mail unless certified orders are given by O5. Procedure Franklin 17 outlines the protocol used in these cases. Should anyone else enter SCP-130 to use the outgoing mail slot, they are permitted to do so, then intercepted by MTF Alpha 4 as soon as possible for questioning. The incident is to be reviewed through security tapes and the outgoing mail, watched for in subsequent bundles, and checked through the list of previous parcels delivered. Description: SCP-130 is a post office in South Africa, constructed in 18. SCP-130 had been closed in 19 and left abandoned for years. The building is in excellent condition for its age and maintains itself without human intervention, including moderate structural repairs. SCP-130 has been designated a historic site through an agreement with the South African government. 5 times per week at local sunrise and sunset, several bags and boxes will appear in the mail room. The bundles, designated SCP-130-2, will only show on weekdays, with the exception of current postal holidays for bundles are to be handled as per special containment procedures as above. Inside of a lobby, along with the post office boxes, is a slot labeled for outgoing mail. The slot is able to accept packages up to 40 centimeters wide and 6 centimeters high, with no apparent limit for length. Once inserted into the slot, packages disappear and will eventually turn up in the outgoing mail bundles if they have not done so previously. Addendum 130-1. SCP-130 came to the attention of the Foundation in 19 when packages and letters began to be circulated bearing the postmark for the site. The parcels appeared in post offices throughout the world with a correct postage for delivery, either locally or internationally, depending on the parcel. The parcels were often undeliverable, either to non-existent addresses or to recipients who were not at the address, and so ended up in dead letter offices. Various Foundation assets noted the odd postmark, and Mobile Task Force Alpha 4 mobilized to investigate. MTF Alpha 4 arrived in where they discovered the town had mostly been abandoned decades ago. The post office appeared to be in excellent condition, not only well maintained, but clean. While MTF Alpha 4 searched, bundles of mail appeared in the mail room. Agents searched the bundles and discovered a variety of letters, parcels, and packages, all with that day's date and the postmark for that post office. Agent attempted to open one of the parcels, which resulted in the agent vanishing from sight. 6 days later, a package appeared in sight mailroom. Inside of it was Agent and an envelope with the receipt for the postage due. Agent had returned to sender and postage due tattooed on back and was in a comatose state. Agent remained in that state until the envelope was delivered to SCP-130's outgoing mail slot, whereupon the agent returned to consciousness with no recollection from the time of disappearance. Similar results also occurred when agents tried to take away or damage either the parcels or the post office itself. Further investigation led to the current containment procedures, where Caucasian D-class personnel in uniforms circa 19 sort through the mail when it appeared. Once processed and put in a marked vehicle, the mail can then leave the area unmolested. If the bundles are untouched, however, the bundles will vanish and later appear in the postal systems of the world in order to be delivered. Addendum 130-2. Through examination of the mail parcels over the last years, research has shown certain trends. Over % of a mail is of a mundane nature, except for the matter of a postmark. Exceptions to this are letters that were apparently unsent, for whatever reason, and temporally displaced letters. The former, while odd, will be destroyed in order to protect the nature of SCP-130. The latter will be examined and results submitted to letters addressed to Foundation sites or personnel are to be sent to site where they will be reviewed by Department. Reports shall be classified under Project pending Overseer review. Procedure Franklin 16. When mail is specifically addressed, the mail is to be sealed in a case with active countermeasures and brought to the office of a present level 5 to 130 superior. Mail will then be screened for possible explosive, chemical, biological, memetic, or threats. After screening, the mail will be opened and assessed. While no new artifacts requiring secure containment have arrived, the possibility cannot be ignored. Mail either addressed to or intercepted by the office is often temporally sensitive, and as such impact must be minimized to limit changes. The possibility of information being used to alter present-day events detrimentally must also be weighed. Using the information given by SCP-130 to alter events requires a 2/3 supermajority vote by the overseers. Examples of intercepted messages are stored within Document 130-1 and require Level 4 to 130 to access. Mail with the following code phrase are to be immediately delivered after screening, without being read by 5130. After doing so, that code phrase is to be invalidated, and the next one brought in line. Procedure Franklin 17. All outgoing mail is to be sent with appropriate current postage for at the time of sending, and must be marked with the code phrase. The mail sent by this method is to be logged, then cross-checked with past parcels to ensure temporal integrity. Upon attempt at mailing, should a receipt appear for the postage due, the amount shall be placed in an envelope and put in the outgoing mail slot. The slot will accept the following currencies: rands, euros. The use of counterfeit measures will result in a lethal reaction by SCP-130, and an additional fine will be levied until mail can be sent again. Addendum 130-3. After the end of Apartheid, SCP-130 no longer restricts postal staff to be white only. Incident 130-6. On night, a package for one arrived with the address for a post office box at the site. Dr. the researcher assigned to SCP-130, placed the parcel into the POB and waited. Minutes later, an unknown person identified as walked into the lobby. The subject appeared to be briefly puzzled and walked over to the box. The locked box opened at his touch, and he expressed surprise at seeing the parcel with his name on it. MTF Alpha 4, being on site, was dispatched to investigate once the subject was out of sight of SCP-130 and subsequently interviewed. The subject had no plans to visit that day, but had felt an unexplained desire to go there while driving nearby to visit family in the area. Upon opening the package, a Class A amnestic was administered to the subject and was released after memory insertion. The iPods. Item number SCP-131. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. No special safety procedures are to be taken with SCP-131-A and SCP-131-B. They are free to travel about Site-19 so long as they do not attempt to enter any restricted areas or attempt to leave a facility. Casual contact with the subjects is permitted, but is recommended that such contact be kept to a minimum to prevent the creatures from forming an attachment to personnel. Hourly tabs are to be kept on subjects at all times. Failure to account for their presence at these times constitutes a Level 1 lockdown situation. Any report of abuse or mistreatment of these subjects will result in a harsh reprimand. Description: SCP-131-A and SCP-131-B affectionately nicknamed the iPods by personnel, are a pair of teardrop-shaped creatures roughly 30 centimeters or 1 foot in height, with a single blue eye in the middle of their bodies. SCP-131-A is burnt orange in color, while SCP-131-B is mustard yellow. At the base of each creature is a wheel-like protrusion that allows for locomotion, suggesting that the creatures may be biomechanical in origin. The subjects can move surprisingly fast, covering over 60 meters or 200 feet in a matter of seconds. The subjects, however, lack a braking system, which has led to some rather spectacular, if not overly amusing, mishaps involving the creatures. The subjects seem to have the intelligence of common house cats and are insatiably curious. Most of the time, they simply roll around the facility, observing personnel at work and catching peeks at other safe class SCPs. The subjects seem to be able to communicate with each other via an untranslatable high-pitched babbling. The subjects have never been observed to blink, even in laboratories, when the subjects have been videotaped for over 18 consecutive hours. The subjects seem to respond well to any affection given to them and will quickly bond to the giver of said affection, much in the same way a puppy bonds with a human being. They will follow anyone or anything they've made a bond with anywhere, even into normally restricted areas. Although curious, the subjects can sense danger in their general vicinity, and if the object of their bond begins to approach something that they register as dangerous, such as Euclid or Keter class objects, they will swarm around their bonded companion's feet or appropriate extremities while babbling in a panicked tone, as if to warn them. Because of the daily dangers faced by Site-19 staff in dealing with Euclid and Keter class objects, it is recommended that staff avoid making attempts to bond with the subjects, as it can pose a distraction during delicate operations and experiments, and may pose a danger to the subjects themselves. See Addendum 131-1. If the subjects are ignored by their bonded target long enough, they will eventually lose interest and return to their normal activities. It should be noted that the subjects require no real care or maintenance from the site staff. They do not eat, leave droppings, or even sleep. It would seem that the only sustenance they require is visual stimulation, although this requires further study to verify. Subjects SCP-131-A and SCP-131-B were found in a cornfield outside of in the year 19. They were promptly transported to Site-19 via and were then downgraded to Safe Class and given free rein across the site once it became clear that they were not broadcasting what they saw to any foreign hostile powers. Addendum 131-1. During an incident that took place on the subjects followed one of the cleaning staff on routine cleaning of a container of SCP-173. After their normal attempts to warn the cleaner of a danger were ignored, the creatures rushed into the container in front of him and the other two personnel on duty. Once inside, the staff members observed the subject sitting in front of SCP-173 and watching it intently, as if aware that it could only move if unobserved. The cleaners ignored the presence of the subjects and continued with a bi-weekly cleaning as per standard procedures. When the cleaning crew left, the subjects did as well, rolling backwards slowly and never taking their eyes off SCP-173. Current applications of SCP-131-A and 131-B are wardens for SCP-173 and perhaps other SCP which require constant observation, such as SCP-689, are being considered. Hi everyone, I know this is kind of unusual for me to talk before the credits, but I'd like to share this GoFundMe that was sent from a follower on Instagram. So let me just read the description. We're raising money for a trans kid to be emancipated from an abusive household. To do so, we need a lawyer for obvious reasons. My friends and I can't afford it. We're all minors. We need your help so our fellow trans boy can leave the toxic environment and live freely as him, as not only is he a victim of abuse, it's also gender-related abuse and neglect. Please donate so we can get him out of there. His boyfriend and some of our other friends are helping to get evidence together to build a case, and if you could donate within this year to June 2021, that'd be sick. We would be so grateful, as it would literally save their life. So thank you so much for checking this out and for your support. LGBT plus rights are human rights, y'all. I will leave a link to donate in the description below, so if you're able, please consider contributing or sharing. Broken Desert. Item number SCP-132. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. All instances of SCP-132 are to be catalogued and etched with an appropriate designating mark. SCP-132 is to be stored at Containment Sector when not in use. No special clearance is needed to have access to files relating to SCP-132, and instances of SCP-132 may be requisitioned for office decoration in any non-Command Foundation installation. After Incident 132-01, no instances of SCP-132 are to leave Containment Area 23 without approval by the Sector Director. Following the incident detailed in Addendum 03, standard classification procedures are reinstated on SCP-132. Description: SCP-132 takes the form of a series of glass tetrahedrons, each with a side length of 10.3 centimeters. Each instance of SCP-132 appears to contain a patch of desert sand. Occasionally, scorpions and other desert creatures enter the confines of an instance of SCP-132 as if it were a continuous piece of desert. Creatures within SCP-132 have shown no awareness of the existence of anything outside the object, and attempts to influence the area within SCP-132 have failed. Review of observed animal life within SCP-132 has proven inconsistent. Clusters of contiguous instances have been internally consistent and have been confirmed to display areas of every major desert. No method of pinpointing exact locations have been discovered. Staff observing SCP-132 are advised to be on the lookout for any defining features that could aid in this endeavor. Test Log SCP-132. Procedure: SCP-132-01 rotated and placed on an upper side. Result: no apparent change in SCP-132-01. Procedure: SCP-132-01 inverted and placed in a cradle. Result: no apparent change in SCP-132-01. Procedure: SCP-132-01 shaken vigorously. Result: a few grains of sand in SCP-132-01 shift as though picked up by a light wind. Procedure: SCP-132-01 shaken vigorously. Result: no apparent change in SCP-132-01. Note: I guess it was just the wind. Better to be sure anyway. Dr. Peterson. Procedure: a corner of SCP-132-01 is filed for several strokes. Result: the filed corner is scruffed in a consistent manner to normal glass. Procedure: heat is applied to the side of SCP-132-01 with a blowtorch. Result: heated side melts and a sizable hole is cut in SCP-132-01. Desert scene remains. Note: I prodded around in there after it cooled and only felt glass. It would appear that SCP-132 only shows an illusionary desert. I suppose it could be showing a real place, but I have no idea how we could confirm this or locate where that may be. Dr. Peterson. Incident Log 132-01. Dr. currently stationed at Area reports knocking SCP-132-71 off her desk. Upon impact with the ground, SCP-132-71 shattered, and the office of Dr. was buffeted by extreme winds. Other owners of instances of SCP-132 confirm that the area shown by SCP-132-71 and adjoining instances was experiencing a sandstorm. Addendum 132-01. Careful observation of SCP-132 has found that many instances are contiguous, the largest section composed of 16 different instances. Speculation over the existence of additional unsecured instances has been raised. Addendum 132-02. Administration has deemed the possible risk of unsecured instances of SCP-132 existing to be negligible and set retrieval efforts to the lowest priority. Keywords relating to SCP-132 have been added to routine search protocols. Addendum 132-03. A large box arrived for Dr. Richardson at his home with a return address of a Foundation front. No faculty associated with report any association with said box, and it does not appear on records. Inside were 37 uncatalogued instances of SCP-132. 12 were contiguous with previously documented instances of SCP-132, and 3 instances which had no known shared edges were brought into contiguity. Of particular note were 18 instances which appeared to display Martian soil, 13 of which were found to be contiguous. Addendum 132-04. At Dr. suggestion, notes were taken out over a year on the light cycle of SCP-132 clusters. Although imprecise, the Foundation now has a rough set of coordinates for various SCP-132 viewing locations. No missions need be sent to confirm these locations, but teams passing near are encouraged to assist Dr. Peterson in pinpointing coordinates. Instant Hole. Item Number SCP-133. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. All instances of SCP-133 are stored in their original shipping crates, which are to be stored within a standard safe class storage container at Site-19. Experimentation with SCP-133 may only be performed with prior written permission from at least 2 Level 4 personnel. Description: SCP-133 are a set of 613 black, circular pieces of a waxy, paper-like material 5 cm in diameter. When placed against a solid surface and rubbed, SCP-133 will instantaneously transfer to the surface and create a circular hole. Testing has shown that SCP-133 is capable of penetrating up to 61 cm of structural grade steel, though the exact degree of penetration is reduced by extremely smooth or highly dense materials. Examination of holes created by SCP-133 show that they are superficially smooth, but exhibit tool marks consistent with that of extremely fine boring implements at a microscopic level. The exact mechanism by which SCP-133 operates is still under investigation. SCP-133 came to the Foundation's attention following a string of high-profile burglaries in the city of. Suppressed surveillance footage and forensic evidence were brought to the attention of embedded Foundation agents in local law enforcement agencies, and upon attempting to apprehend the culprit, subject placed an instance of SCP-133 over his chest and. Local law enforcement officers were administered Class A amnestics and released. The original shipping crate in which SCP-133 was found has shown to be immune to SCP-133's effect, despite being composed of ordinary wood, and has been incorporated into the containment procedures for SCP-133. Addendum 133-01. Shipping label found with SCP-133. Instant holes, trademarked. A product of the factory. 800 units. Star-Eyed Child. Item number SCP-134. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-134 is currently contained within a specially outfitted humanoid containment cell measuring 6 by 8 meters. Since SCP-134 is completely blind, special safety precautions must be taken with the room's furnishings. SCP-134 is reasonably accustomed to the position of all objects in the cell and navigates mostly from memory. SCP-134's room currently contains one single bed with additional mattress padding, one pink bed set including sheets, comforter, and pillow with Hello Kitty mascot print. Note: though blind, SCP-134 is able to feel the printed pattern and prefers it. One wardrobe and one chest of drawers containing clothes in youth extra small. All drawers are to be labeled in Braille and in raised print English. One dollhouse with dolls and interior furnishings. 8 stuffed animals, 3 cats, 2 dogs, 1 giraffe, 1 dolphin, and a panda. A selection of children's literature in Braille. 1 chair and 1 table. A craft station with modeling clay and building blocks. SCP-134 may request additional items, all of which must be approved by a staff member with Level 3 clearance or higher. If any items are added to the room, SCP-134's handlers must be informed ahead of time to prepare her for the addition of something new to the environment. SCP-134 is to be tutored on a regular basis, both in general education appropriate for the subject's age and in Braille. Description: SCP-134 seems to be an Asian girl between the ages of and with short black hair and a slight build. The subject seems normal in most respects and has all the biological requirements of a human child: food, sleep, etc. However, where SCP's eyes should be are 2 black pits, covered by a transparent membrane similar in appearance to a human eye's membrane. Ophthalmological testing has shown that the membranes are between 150 and 200 more times resilient than those of a normal, non-anomalous human. SCP-134 lacks eyelids and thus does not blink, nor can SCP-134 see anything through these black areas. Attempts to examine the back of SCP-134's eyeball have failed, as no retina can be seen. In normal lighting conditions, they appear completely black, but in darkness, very faint lights have been seen within them. Further study with long exposure photography and light amplification have revealed that the lights are actually stars and galaxies, visible as though SCP-134's eye sockets are somehow looking into deep space. To date, no astronomical formations have been recognized, though research by staff astronomer Dr. is ongoing. Sonar examination have revealed no unusual cavities within SCP-134's skull. However, confirming the presence of eye sockets being the remote termini and intergalactic space being the remote termini. Parallax measurements indicate that the remote termini are between 20 and 2,000 meters apart, and are moving at between 20 and 40 times the speed of light. This does not appear to be linked to SCP-134's position, movement, or metabolism. Spectrographic analysis indicates that the remote termini periodically new location. The cause of this is not yet known. The shortest interval measured between shifts was 6 days, while the longest was 5 weeks. As of yet, no termini shifts have been observed in progress. SCP-134 has not shown any hostile behavior and seems unaware of any unnatural condition. SCP-134 shows behavioral symptoms similar to those seen in high-functioning autistic children, including patterned behavior and resistance to change. As such, SCP-134 have been assigned a childhood development specialist to help work with these issues. The specialist has suggested that proper childhood development requires a personal name, and has nicknamed SCP-134 Stella. SCP-134 has learned to associate being referred to by her SCP number with being subjected to physical tests, and becomes upset and less cooperative when this is done by individuals who have previously referred to her as Stella. Consequently, personnel are urged to not refer to her by name unless they wish their interactions with SCP-134 to be limited to interview sessions. The specialist has since been terminated from employment for taking too close an interest in the SCPs assigned to him. Any staff referring to SCP-134 as Stella will be severely reprimanded. When questioned about her eyes, SCP-134 claims no knowledge of any deformation, even when allowed to feel normal human eyes for comparison. SCP-134 has, to date, volunteered no information about parentage or identity, though when acquired by the Foundation, SCP-134 was called. SCP-134 has proven docile and cooperative, and as such, staff should display all the normal courtesy they would to any other guest. SCP-134 was taken into Foundation custody based on reports of a deformed child left at the orphanage in Yokohama, Japan. SCP-134 has been in Foundation custody since 2000, at which time orphanage staff claimed SCP-134 was years old. Since then, SCP-134 has learned conversational English in addition to the Japanese already known, and has demonstrated facility with Braille, though instruction is ongoing. Universal Carcinogen. Item Number SCP-135. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-135 is to be contained in a partitioned plexiglass chamber at least 7 meters to a side. All sections are to be completely sealed off from one another to avoid cross-contamination. SCP-135 itself is to be in a central section within 1 to 1.5 square meters of floor space, with a 5 centimeter wide runoff trench around the perimeter that drains into a tank, the contents of which are to be piped into an incinerator at the end of every week. The remaining space in the containment chamber is to be used to house 5 chemical harvesting vats, 1 vat per partitioned section. A single access corridor is to lead from SCP-135's section to outside the chamber. No personnel are permitted within SCP-135's effect radius. All maintenance, taking of samples, etc. are to be carried out by remote control robots. Disciplinary measures need not be taken against personnel that violate this rule, because the direct consequences at SCP-135's effects have been deemed consequence enough. Robots are to be maintained and cleaned by Level 1 personnel. Once a week, SCP-135's section is to be hosed down with solution U82-B until only its outer coating is visible. In emergencies, flamethrowers may be employed to reduce mass quickly. Due to the potential of catastrophic effects in the event of cross-contamination, at no point are SCP-329 or SCP-427 to be contained within the same facility as SCP-135. Description: SCP-135 is a human female between and years of age that promotes rapid, uncontrolled cell growth within a radius of 2.25 meters from itself. It remains rigidly in the fetal position and has never been observed to move. SCP-135's effect is carcinogenic to animal tissue and induces malignant neoplasia in plant and fungal tissues in 100% of recorded exposure cases, with severity and disorganization increasing exponentially with closer proximity to SCP-135. Within 0.1 meters, cells will not die, even under conditions where they would normally, causing SCP-135 to be steadily buried under a continually growing mass of plant matter, fungal matter, and microorganisms. This undying state extends to SCP-135's cells as well. SCP-135 has been shown to lack an epidermis, instead having a crust of mixed plant and fungal matter that has incorporated itself onto SCP-135's skin, interspersed with tumors and patches of raw dermis. SCP-135's lungs, diaphragm, and intestines are ruptured, and growth extends into the chest and abdominal cavities. It has been fitted with wide-diameter plastic tubes for use in draining excess biomatter. The Foundation came into possession of SCP-135 after it and a surrounding ball of growth rolled off a cliff in the mountains, crushing a hiker on the trail below. Class B amnestics were administered to the civilians and law enforcement personnel involved, and the incident was covered up as having been caused by a pair of male goats that slipped and fell off the cliff edge during a dominance battle. Later examination of the growth revealed the partial skeleton of an adult human female with osteosarcomata covering % of it. SCP-135 was found in the space between the skeleton's ribcage and pelvis, at the time between and years old. A viable DNA sample was recovered from the bone marrow of the pelvis, and testing confirmed with point certainty that the skeleton belonged to SCP-135's biological mother. All personnel involved with SCP-135's retrieval and initial testing were later diagnosed with various forms of cancer. Out of the affected, only are still alive at the time of this writing. Attempts to terminate SCP-135 with sustained gunfire, flamethrowers, caustic materials, vacuum, and extreme pressure have all failed. Further termination attempts are forbidden by the Order of O5 due to SCP-135's potential uses in cultivating useful bacteria. See Document 135-A for information on the current contents of partitioned vats. No attempts to communicate with SCP-135 are to be made at this time. Naked Doll. Item Number SCP-136. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. No extraordinary containment procedures are necessary. SCP-136 is to be kept in a standard 10 meter by 10 meter by 10 meter concrete containment room. SCP-136-1 is to be kept in a locked transparent plastic case measuring 0.5 meters by 0.5 meters by 0.5 meters, placed on a table in the center of the room. Video surveillance is unnecessary when SCP-136 is not being actively examined. As of Incident I-136-C, see Incident Reports, only Class D personnel may enter the SCP-136 containment chamber more than once in any 30-day period without special authorization from Director. Description: SCP-136 has no effect on non-humans. SCP-136 describes two phenomena. SCP-136-1 is of variable appearance, but generally manifests as a crude clay, wood, metal, or cloth doll, usually identifiable as female and usually between 10 and 30 centimeters in length. The doll appears as male in approximately 10% of viewings. SCP-136-1 has no unusual properties that can be measured empirically. Mass spectrometry of samples taken from the doll return typical results for its present material. When the doll is damaged to the extent where it no longer appears human, usually upon removal of a head or all limbs, it vanishes completely and reappears in a new configuration within a 1-meter radius. Testing of complete vaporization pending. SCP-136-2 manifests only when SCP-136-1 is viewed for approximately 20 minutes, though like SCP-136-1, it has a somewhat variable form. The first indication of SCP-136-2's presence is a sound of laughter of a gender corresponding to the appearance of SCP-136-1. Personnel who hear the laughter report it as sounding creepy or scary. The laughter lasts for an interval of anywhere from 5 seconds to 2 minutes, after which is a period of silence, usually of about 5 minutes. After the period of silence, SCP-136-2 appears along with the abrupt disappearance of SCP-136-1. SCP-136-2 is an incorporeal nude or partially nude figure corresponding to the gender of SCP-136-1. SCP-136-2, ranging in size from 1.9 to 2.1 meters, is always poised in a provocative manner, approximately 0.2 meters per second, towards the subjects. If more than one subject is present, each will see the form as moving toward him or herself. As it approaches, the volume of a laughter increases. By the time SCP-136-2 is within 1 to 2 meters, the subject invariably has gone rigid in fear, collapsed, or backed up until he or she hits a wall. SCP-136-2 usually remains stiff until it is within approximately 5 centimeters of a subject, whereupon it will scream once before vanishing. 10 to 15 seconds later, SCP-136-1 will reappear in its previous location in a different configuration. The apparition has a very disturbing appearance. Its mouth is far too wide, frozen in a rictus of pain and arousal. It will occasionally bare its teeth or lick its lips. Its irises take up almost the entire sclera of its eyes, which appear mad and bloodshot. If female, it will have an absurdly narrow waist and large breasts. The experience of viewing SCP-136-2 is profoundly upsetting and has universally caused night terrors for up to 6 months in every subject, possibly as a result of its psychic intrusion. After a viewing, most subjects are unable to leave a containment room without assistance. Interestingly, Class D personnel with a history of sexual deviancy still experience a strong negative reaction to SCP-136-2. At no point has SCP-136-2 been observed to move past the boundaries of its containment room. See Incident Report I-136-A. Additional information. SCP-136 was recovered from the children's bedroom of an abandoned house in that was reportedly haunted. A routine sweep of such reported homes by Foundation personnel discovered SCP-136, where Agent fell from a second-story window, screaming. Incident Reports. Incident I-136-A 19. Dr. Simon was the 25th subject to observe 136-2 and the 4th to do so voluntarily. The viewing proceeded in the usual manner with no anomalies. Approximately 2 hours after viewing 136-2, Dr. Simon, who was in the break room with several other researchers, screamed and dropped his coffee mug. He incoherently indicated that he could see 136-2 floating down the hall towards him. Dr. Morris and Dr. Harrison restrained him, assuming that he had simply been badly shaken by the experience. After approximately 2 minutes, all present in the room fell unconscious. Dr. Saboya recovered first and proceeded to awaken her colleagues. Dr. Simon had lapsed into a coma and died 3 days later. Dr. Mayers requests reclassification to Keter class. Reclassification as Keter class denied. We cannot dismiss the possibility that the unfortunate incident wasn't caused by some other telepathic SCP. Incident I-136-B 2000. It happened again today. Agent shoved a few Class Ds into the room, and he was standing outside with 136 finished doing its thing, and I was helping them drag the subjects out of the room when everything went black. I woke up to Agent and 3 Class Ds in comas. This thing is killing people. We haven't learned anything new from it in 10 years, and we can't use it. I request that we find a way to terminate 136, maybe get a psychic SCP in here with it. It's not like burning it will do anything. Dr. Mayers. Request for termination denied. 136 is proving valuable for enhanced interrogation. Incident I-136-C 20. This is out of control now. You all saw what happened. Hell, everyone in 1,000 yards will never forget. And the Class D in the room is gone and nobody knows how. At the very least, we need to do some more rigorous screening of IDs before sending them in. We would have found out that he was ahead of time. Thank God we figured out what set it off, though. Request reclassification to Keter and permission for attempted termination of 136. Dr. Mayers. Request denied. Dr. Mayers is to be removed from administration of SCP-136. Disposition of 136 is to be given directly to Overseer and Doctor for exclusive use in enhanced interrogation. The Ever-Living Man. Item number SCP-138. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-138 requires minimal containment procedures. For humanitarian purposes, subject is currently being kept in a chemically induced comatose state. Description: SCP-138 is a human male suspected to be in excess of over 4,000 years old. Subject is approximately 1.5 meters in height, emaciated, and wizened. SCP-138's precise origins are unknown. Subject was discovered in 2006 in an Egyptian tomb located near Tutankhamun's tomb, unearthed in 1922, sealed inside a sarcophagus. When a living being was discovered in the tomb, the Foundation was alerted by one of our sleeper agents assigned to the International Archaeological Association. Subject was immediately moved to Sector 37 for investigation by the lead research science team there. Physiologically, SCP-137 should clinically be dead. Muscles and internal organs are in a severe state of atrophy, and although the subject's bioelectromagnetic field is stable, his nervous system is also severely debilitated. Subject also exhibits evidence of a large number of fatal wounds, some possibly accidental, some blatantly deliberate, whether inflicted by the subject himself or others. There is no obvious scientific explanation for his continued living state. Although other SCPs have exhibited accelerated regenerative properties, allowing them to resist death, SCP-138 has no such abilities. His body does not regenerate damage, but simply continues to function despite lethal injuries. This stretches to wounding blows, although anything that would completely destroy the body proves ineffective. Subject speaks exclusively in a dialect of ancient Egyptian. Communication using a civilian translator has revealed very little about the subject's past, though it would appear that he was buried in the tomb for an unknown religious purpose. Due to his severely injured state, SCP-138 is in a constant state of agony, and has on numerous occasions insistently requested humanitarian euthanasia. No successful method of termination has yet been found, despite various and varied attempts, both official and unsanctioned. Attached is a comprehensive list of a subject's injuries. Document 138-27. Injuries sustained by SCP-138. Ancient injuries. Slit throat. 17 separate wounds to the torso, 9 sword wounds, 6 spear wounds, and 2 wounds caused by an unknown puncturing weapon, possibly a metal or wooden spike. Sanctioned euthanasia attempts. Severe nausea due to intravenous arsenic poison. Third-degree burns to 100% of the subject's body. Note that SCP-138 survived a full 20 minutes in an industrial incinerator. Severe internal and nervous system damage from electrocution attempt. Unofficial euthanasia attempts by non-research personnel. Tracheal trauma due to extended strangulation attempt. 2 gunshot wounds to the head, causing severe cranial trauma. All eyes on Lucien. Credentials, LSAX accepted. Time since last login, 5,540 days. Finding SkipNet results for Lucien Sachs, 0 results. Finding SkipNet results for Site-97, 0 results. Finding SkipNet results for SCP-139, 3 results. SCP-139.pdf. Item number SCP-139. Containment Class eParch. Level 4/139. Restricted. Disruption Class Dark. Special Containment Procedures. Containment suspended. Description: SCP-139 designates the disappearance of Lucien Sachs, formerly a Foundation-employed security specialist. Sachs had, until SCP-139's occurrence, acted as a consultant for Site-97 on the matter of esoteric reanimation methodology. SCP-139 is considered anomalous both due to a persistent info hazard encountered following its occurrence and due to the cutoff of information pertaining to SCP-139 after April 4, 1978. Reference 1. See the constructed timeline below. Despite Site-97's best efforts, neither Sachs's past or present whereabouts nor the location of a cadaver have been uncovered. Extra-dimensional travel is suspected but not confirmed. No primary suspects which could be responsible for SCP-139 have been identified, owing to the largely inconclusive results of investigative efforts. As such, SCP-139 is considered a cold case and is expected to continue indefinitely. Reference 2, as determined by the Site-97 Forensics Board. Timeline of events. March 5th, 1978. Sachs clocks in at Site-97 and declines usual chatter with personnel at the front entrance. Z enters here office and does not exit for the remainder of the workday. For a period of 12 hours, Sachs queries 42 SkipNet entries pertaining to thaumaturgic workings, global ley line activity, and available research into Wei and knock techniques. This idle activity contradicts here otherwise exemplary productivity record and raises concern among Site-97 staff. Censor agents are dispatched appropriately. No further abnormalities occur until Sachs has punched out and arrived at here residence in suburban Albany. By 10:45 p.m., Z vacates here residence, presumably on foot to avoid detection, and exits the city limits. March 6. A paper trail of bus and train tickets suggests Z traveled approximately 2,000 kilometers to Topeka, Kansas, arriving at 12:15 p.m. Of note, interviewed civilians occasionally describe Sachs as that damn traitor when recounting this 18-hour period. Reference 3. Despite this, No sensitive data leakage pertaining to HERE employment at Site 97 was discovered. March 7th to April 4th. After Topeka, the paper trail terminates, and reports of Sachs's location during the following month become increasingly irregular. A car Z is believed to have rented is sighted in Salt Lake City, Utah, and Lubbock, Texas on March 10th and March 15th respectively, although the windshield and rightmost taillight shattered between the two cities. Z is last documented in Tucson, Arizona, after residential police implicate HERE in a resist and flee incident on suspicions of vagrancy. Reference 4. This police report was filed on April 3rd at 3:48 a.m. and is considered the last documented sighting of Lucien Sachs by the public. On April 4th, sensor agents embedded within the Tucson USPS removed the following letter from the mail pool. To the ones I'm running from, I hate you. I hate what you've done, and I hate what you're doing to me, and what I think you did to the others who ran. I hate how I'd find lenses in the eyes of paintings and strange fingerprints on my belongings. I'm curious by trade, but you've really got me beat. I'm not the first to run, but I might be the first to break free. I'm going somewhere without cameras or fingerprints, someplace you can't follow. It was fun while it lasted, but you lost this one. And soon I'll be back, and you're going to lose more. The hand's always been welcoming to people like me, anyways. SCP-139 Addendum.pdf Addendum 139.1 SCP-139 officially concluded on April 27, 1993, when a minor structural failure revealed a small air pocket within Site-97's concrete foundation. When a minor structural failure revealed a small air pocket within Site-97's concrete foundation. Although this led to a temporary lockdown due to the destruction of Site-97's courtyard, integrity was eventually restored. Models of the air pocket prior to the structural failure indicate it resembled a prostate human body fitting Lucien Sachs's height and build. After the initial excavation, the following personnel effects were discovered: the necrotic flesh of a heavily decayed human cadaver and several human bones, most pulverized by the aforementioned structural failure. A Foundation keycard for a Site-97 security specialist, ID number scratched out, suggesting deep shame. A forbidden thaumaturgic ritual to preserve its user's spirit after their death. A map of ley line positionings in the contiguous United States, often referenced by enemies of the Foundation. A circle had been drawn around a nexus on the US-Mexico border near Tucson, Arizona. Sachs's cause of death is believed to be terminal dehydration, following several days of entombment. During the investigation of this air pocket, Site-97 excavators punctured a secondary cutout hidden within the concrete. Due to the considerable strain that excavation would put on Site-97's foundation, this cutout has not been analyzed extensively. What can be determined, however, is that it contains a large number of partially decomposed human eyes, believed to exceed 1,000 in total. Perforations within the concrete would have allowed these eyes to observe their target on all sides until Z expired. SCP-139 Containment Procedures.pdf Credentials: L. Sachs, clear to view. SCP-139 Containment Procedures.pdf Proceed. Archived Containment Procedures. SCP-139 Omega is presently being tracked, observed, and hounded by Site-97 deep cover personnel. Via unanimous O5 vote, the Tucson Ley Line Bridge has been rerouted to Site-97's foundation for the interim. Update: Greater containment effectuated. Protocol All Eyes on Lucien rescinded. Project Loose Ends in progress. Site-97's full capabilities have been directed towards the neutralization of SCP-139 Omega, who remains at large post-mortem via knowledge it has stolen from Site-97. Following a breach of its containment area beneath Site-97, see SCP-139 Addendum.pdf, SCP-139 Omega has demonstrated robust mobility and incorporability, rendering it difficult to track and recontain. Fortunately, it has a habit of sticking its nose in places it does not belong. Logout. Logout failed. Logout failure. Ethics Committee review of SCP-139 Omega's containment procedures have generated unanimous approval. Overwatch Command is in agreement. SCP-139 Omega's crimes are many and unforgivable. Site-97 took SCP-139 Omega in. They provided it with safety, community, and purpose, and it has shunned all of those. This is why on the other side of that way, it found nothing but concrete damnation and the all-seeing eye. Logout. Logout failed. Credentials LSACs have been invalid for 5,540 days. Logout failure. Death will not bring you a peaceful end, as you may have hoped. Not when your hunters have torn at the veil for 15 years without your meddling and come away with weapons to kill only you. We're a bleeding-edge R&D facility, first and foremost, and we've never taken kindly to traitors. Get out of your chair. Revoking credentials, LSACs, permanently. Employees forfeit their right to knowledge when they betray Site-97. Run. We see you, Lucien. An incomplete chronicle. Item number: SCP-140. Object class: Keter. Special containment procedures. SCP-140 must never be brought closer than 15 meters to any source of standard ink, human blood, or any other fluids suitable for writing. Any contamination by blood or ink must be reported immediately. Any remaining copies of SCP-140 created during the initial printing must be found and destroyed as soon as possible. Only SCP-140 is to be preserved for purposes of study, early warning, and cataloging and recording possible SCPs derived from its subject matter. SCP-140 is contained at Site-76 in a sealed vault containing a single desk. At this time, no research is to be carried out upon the original SCP-140. Researchers are to read from prepared copies, not bearing the signature of its author which lacks its properties. In the event of approved research, SCP-140 may not be removed from the vault, and readers may not be in contact for it for longer than 9 hours. Access requires written approval from the head researcher for the explicit purposes of testing. An armed guard stationed outside the vault will meet any attempted theft with deadly force. Should any personnel begin displaying obsession with SCP-140 or signs of possible memetic contamination, they are to be issued a Class A amnesiac, false memories implanted as necessary, and transferred to another project. Transferred personnel must be monitored for signs of relapse. Description: SCP-140 is a modern hardcopy book with an unremarkable black binding and an unknown number of white pages. The book jacket is missing, but the title, A Chronicle of a Devas, is clearly legible. The inside cover is signed by the author, whose name is indecipherable. The text is copyrighted 19. Careful examination reveals that there are far more pages between the bindings than could be contained within them. Readers admit to feelings of paranoia, unease, and occasional nausea when reading SCP-140, although this may be related to the subject material. Nonetheless, readers almost universally describe SCP-140 as fascinating and expressed continued interest, despite its frequently unsettling content. 1 in 15 readers describe SCP-140 as having a faint odor of dried blood. SCP-140 is a detailed account of an ancient civilization originating in what is now south-central Siberia, identified as the Davites. Although, like all cultures, the Davites evolved and have changed over time, they appear to have exhibited unusual continuity. Universal fixtures of a Davite culture in all periods included militarism, conquest, ancestor worship, urban centers ruling over large slave populations, gruesome human sacrifice, and the practice of apparently efficacious thaumaturgic rituals. A variety of relics and creatures produced by the Davite culture would be abnormal or dangerous enough, if the account is to be believed, to qualify for containment in their own right. If SCP-140 comes into contact with any fluid suitable for writing, including human blood, the account of a Davite civilization's history expands. Human blood appears the most potent of possible writing substances, but in any case the amount of new material does not correspond proportionally to the fluids introduced. Although these new segments sometimes include new descriptions of rituals or cultural traits or illustrations of previously covered material, they more frequently include new, more recent accounts of information chronicling the continued history of a Davite civilization or descriptions of new individuals or artifacts. Formerly decisive defeats became setbacks. New persons and events are inserted. Foundation archaeologists have discovered corresponding new artifacts and traces of a Davite civilization in applicable locations and strata, in some cases found in dig sites that had already been thoroughly explored. Although at times the Davites were a collection of city-states, they appear to have consistently returned to imperialism under a theocratic aristocracy, the Deva, practitioners of cannibalism and thaumaturgy. Although initially Foundation researchers believed the Deva to have been a hereditary class, recycling the names of noteworthy individuals, evidence and the events of 20 now suggests that the Deva possessed preternatural longevity as a result of several researchers, notably Professor, have concluded the Deva were so divergent from modern humans as to be a separate subspecies, a conclusion supported by graphic representations within SCP-140 and SCP-140 is remarkably detailed by the standards of a primary source, seeming closer to a biography than a historic text. It includes lurid descriptions of sacrificial rites, battlefield descriptions, daily life, and the life stories of various noteworthy individuals, including quotes and dates of birth. Over distinct individuals have been identified, including the individual presently termed SCP-140-A, of which only are accounted for by recorded deaths. Foundation archaeologists have discovered several sites containing ruins consistent with the supposed Davite culture in various locations across Siberia, northern Iran, and Mongolia. Artifacts and traces of intercultural conflict and contact have been discovered as far west as the Carpathian Mountains and as far east as northern Pakistan and China. These include SCP Addendum 140-A. SCP-140 was originally found in the office of deceased historian. The previous owner was discovered in his office at University, having expired from self-inflicted lacerations on both wrists. There were no traces of his blood in the office. His colleagues claimed during interviews they discovered a note in faded ink in his handwriting next to SCP-140. All witnesses were administered Class A amnesiacs and false memories implanted. His note read, "I have to know. I'm sorry." All texts within 15 meters, except several books relating to the history of a region, were blank. The remaining books now included accounts of supposed interactions between the Davite civilization and the subject cultures, or applicable discussions of Davite history and culture. These texts were confiscated. All printed forms and media were blank. All pens, printers, and ink cartridges were empty. Addendum 140B. Although SCP-140 was published during the 20th century, the tone of the book suggests it is a recounting of events, individuals, and practices experienced firsthand by SCP-140's unknown author. Foundation investigators have tracked SCP-140's publication to the printing house in a batch of copies self-published by a wealthy individual, hereby termed SCP-140-A. SCP-140-A's signature on the contract matches a strange signature inside SCP-140. More than of the copies produced in this batch were apparently leached of all ink by the remaining copies. To date, Foundation agents have recovered and destroyed of a remainder, but between and remain at large. 2 expansion events have been reported during periods when SCP-140 had never been exposed to fluids of any sort or removed from its vault. An investigation and manhunt for the author of SCP-140 is ongoing. In the event of contact, agents are advised. Addendum 140-C. Though study of SCP-140 and other contained objects related to the Davite civilization, through study of SCP-140 and other contained objects related to the Davite civilization, Foundation researchers have concluded that, transposed to the modern era, the resurgence of a hostile Davite civilization in history more recent than CE would constitute a grave and even possibly a retroactive threat to the Foundation and modern civilization as we know it. Even best-case projections of Davite resurgence in the modern day suggest a CK-class restructuring of modern society and a worldwide conflict with a projected death toll of at least and an end to the Foundation's secrecy. Addendum 140-D. Journal, found in his home PC indicates that upon his initial reading of SCP-140, it ended with the almost utter destruction of the Davite civilization and the genocide of all known Deva in 2 BCE by the forces of Chinese General Qin Kai. As a result of subsequent containment breaches, including those detailed in the journal, copious quantities of new material have been added, describing survivors regrouping and migrating to another region of central Siberia, rebuilding their empire steadily, and continuing to advance culturally and technologically. At present, the empire is described as having finally been crushed by Genghis Khan during the early period of his conquests, although the fates of many important persons and cities remain ambiguous. Foundation archaeologists will be dispatched to for investigation and research. Addendum 140-E. After the incident on 20 at dig site resulting in over casualties, all Foundation archaeologists excavating sites of suspected Davite artifacts or ruins are to be accompanied by a fully armed security team. SCP-140-1 has been neutralized. SCP-140-2 remains at large. All other anomalous contacts and artifacts were destroyed when the dig site was struck by a cruise missile. Agent received a commendation and was treated for post-traumatic stress disorder. Doctor received a posthumous commendation for courage. An investigation into the possible involvement of SCP-140-A or their agents in the event of 20 is ongoing. Codex Damnatio. Item number SCP-141. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. When not in use, SCP-141 is to be stored inside a locked safe in Site-76. Access to the site requires Security Level Clearance 3 or higher and written approval to use SCP-141. When SCP-141 is in use, either for implementation in accordance with Foundation goals or for research purposes, it is to be kept within the possession of the assigned researcher at all times. Failure to account for SCP-141 will result in a severe reprimand. While SCP-141's danger to the Foundation appears limited, it could still be a tempting target for certain subversive groups or opportunistic users. For this reason, SCP-141 is to be checked out for no more than 1 week at a time. Description: SCP-141 is a small leather-bound codex dating back to Roman times, easily carried in one hand. Despite its great age, it never acquires any additional signs of wear and tear beyond a somewhat aged-looking cover. Its thin papyrus covers are always crisp, and so far have proven difficult to tear from the codex's binding. All attempts at radiocarbon dating have failed. The judgment of SCP-141 as being Roman in origin was initially based upon its appearance, but later confirmed through extensive research using SCP-141 corroborated by historical records. The title is apparently Codex Damnatio, based upon the text on its spine. SCP-141's pages are written in Roman Republic-era Latin. It is a detailed description of notes and submutations for a wide range of legal trials. The first half contains a series of historic trials from throughout history. The earliest trials appear to be from the proscriptions of a late Roman Republic, while the most recent case is taking place in 2000. Each case summary is extensive, with precise witness quotations, exact physical descriptions of evidence, and their importance to the case, and so on. The Codex actually contains far more legal cases than its 150 pages could possibly allow. A reader must make a detailed reference to a range or specific case to discover if it is listed inside. If it is, the pages will transform into those relating to the specified case. This requires specific mentions of historical context surrounding the cases. Research with SCP-141, conducted by Professor revealed SCP-141 had apparently been employed in, among other important periods, a wide variety of Roman proscriptions, heretical trials of the Catholic Church, including the conviction of the Spanish Inquisition, the witch hunts of the 17th century, and the Red Scare of the mid-20th century. The latter half of a book is blank and can be written in with any pen with black ink. A user of SCP-141 must provide detailed information about a criminal proceeding, including victim, evidence, witness statements, and suspects, and they must do so in Republic-era Latin. Later readings of a book will reveal these new cases in the first half of a book, written in the same handwriting as the rest, a very precise, careful hand. When this information is provided to SCP-141, the particulars of a case described in SCP-141 appear to become true in regards to memory and evidence surrounding the case. Witnesses' memories and testimony will correspond to the information written in SCP-141. Falsified evidence springs into existence in accordance with its description, usually appearing in the court record or the crime scene where it can easily be discovered. This has included murder weapons, suspicious traces of a subject such as fluids or fingerprints, stolen items, or incriminating documents. SCP-141 appears able to cause criminal activities that would not have taken place, although this requires even more precise wording and description of the particulars. The guilty party specified by SCP-141 may have a false memory implanted that corresponds with SCP-141's account of events, although this result requires a clever description of the desired scenario. These memories do not overwrite the original ones, but they do seem quite nearly as real. Care must be taken by all users to ensure as many loopholes are closed as possible. SCP-141's falsifications will stand up to all but the most critical of examinations, but it will only produce precisely the memories and evidence written inside it. While it appears to prejudice the court against the guilty party, this is not foolproof. Nonetheless, successfully employed, SCP-141 is an almost surefire conviction. Even in the event of exoneration, guilty subjects will still often be ostracized and viewed as guilty by influenced witnesses and law enforcement personnel, who may in some cases Addendum SCP-141-A. Tests are ongoing to determine if SCP-141 is capable of exonerating an innocent man wrongly convicted, or if changing the results during the trial has any measurable effect. Approval to employ SCP-141 in a test case is pending. Addendum SCP-141-B. Following all test cases involving Foundation disciplinary hearings or implicating members of a Foundation other than D-Class personnel without signed waivers from the guilty subject are hereby forbidden by O5. Violation of this new security protocol will be dealt with harshly. One-Armed Bandit. Item Number SCP-142. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-142 is to be kept locked in an accessible room with the following: one table with surface area no smaller than 75 cm by 75 cm, one stool of adjustable height, one wall clock, electric, to be kept visible and running at all times when SCP-142 is in use. Access to SCP-142 is permitted only with express written consent of Dr. or other Level 4 personnel. Staff assigned to SCP-142 must not have any personal or family history of compulsive gambling nor gambling addiction. Staff assigned to SCP-142 are not to make any physical contact with the device under any circumstances. Description: SCP-142 closely resembles a 1940s Black Beauty slot machine, as produced by the Mill Corporation during that era. The only observed irregularity in the external construction of SCP-142 is found in the coin slot of that device, which has been modified to accept any item that will fit in a cylindrical space 5 cm in length and 2.45 cm in diameter. When any object of appropriate size, hereafter referred to as the bet, is dropped into the input chute of SCP-142, the device may be operated as is customary for a slot machine of this model. Should the tumblers come to rest in a losing configuration, the bet is lost and cannot be recovered. However, in the event that the tumblers come to rest in a winning configuration, between 2 and 200 indistinguishably identical copies of a bet are dispensed from the output chute of the machine. In the event that the bet consists of multiple objects, the output of a device, if any, consists of a random assortment of duplicates of the wagered items. Test data reveals that the median payout from winning configurations to be 10 items, regardless of the number of items inserted. Human subjects allowed to interact with SCP-142 are affected by the object in 3 unique stages. Stage 1 begins immediately upon direct or indirect physical contact with the lever of the device. Subjects demonstrate mild giddiness and demonstrate a greatly diminished sense of the passage of time. If a subject has not exhausted the supply of bedding material after 28 to 34 minutes of play, he or she will gradually enter the next stage. Subjects at stage 2 appear compelled to bet larger and larger quantities of provided bedding items, 5 to 20% of remaining material, until supplies are exhausted. Subjects also express the delusion that they are winning more frequently as a result of their altered betting strategy. In spite of this belief, the frequency of payout seems to be somewhat reduced at this stage. Stage 3 begins once all of a subject's betting material is lost, typically 10 to 12 minutes following the onset of Stage 2 if no additional betting material is provided to the subject by a third party. Subjects at this stage express a strong aversion to SCP-142 and will not continue to operate the device unless compelled with physical force. Subjects also express a moderate aversion to any action which would cause an object to pass through a hole, and express a strong irrational fear that they will waste or lose something should they engage in offending activities. Specific examples vary by subject, but include passing through doorways, placing objects into cabinets, bags, or any other storage medium, use of sinks, showers, or other plumbing fixtures with drains, removing and or putting on clothing, sexual intercourse, and, most commonly, eating. Roughly 62% of subjects that reach Stage 3 will expire due to starvation or malnutrition unless actively compelled to eat or provided nutrients through other means. Any subject restrained or otherwise removed from interaction with SCP-142 during Stage 1 will recover in full within 1 hour. However, Stage 2 subjects separated from the device will enter Stage 3, and the effects of Stage 3 have proven permanent in all cases. Subjects in Stage 3 should be terminated at the conclusion of each experiment. SCP-142 was recovered from an abandoned antique dealership in Ohio following a tip from Records from that area indicate that the shop owner died of starvation roughly 5 years prior to the retrieval of the device. Addendum 142-1 on In the course of an approved experiment, SCP-142 was temporarily disassembled and each piece catalogued. The construction of SCP-142 proved unsurprising for a slot machine of this make and model, with 2 exceptions. Component 142-0046, the lever of the device, was found to contain several unexpected alloys, including Contact with this lever has no effect when it is not connected to the rest of the apparatus. Additionally, as mentioned previously, the coin slot of a device is extensively modified to accept objects larger than coins. The most notable element of a custom chute is Component 142-0524, a small chamber composed of thin pewter plates. 142-0524 appears to serve as both a holding mechanism for bedding material and the dispenser of payouts. The means of interaction between this component and the rest of SCP-142 is unclear. However, due to the highly fragile construction of Component 142-0524 and its presumed relationship to the device's duplication properties, further examination is prohibited without O5 consent. Addendum 142-2. With the permission of O5, personnel may now submit appropriate materials to be used with SCP-142 for potential multiplication. Requests should be submitted in writing to Dr. The Bladewood Grove. Item Number SCP-143. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-143 is to be contained in the valley adjacent to Bioresearch Area 12, an area over 2 km squared. Area surrounding SCP-143 for up to 20 kilometers, and all the lines of sight from the surrounding hilltops are to be denied public access. SCP-143 is to be watered twice every day on a regular basis via a large sprinkler system, unless already watered by local precipitation. Personnel are not allowed to enter the enclosure without Level 4 administrative clearance and are advised not to touch any of SCP-143 nor stand beneath them unless wearing proper protective gear. It is important that no one be within the containment area when SCP-143 begins to shed. However, after the shedding has concluded, the collection of the fallen petals for testing purposes has been authorized by the project director. See SCP-143's testing log. Description: SCP-143 is a plantation of 300 specimens of a unique type of tree. The trees are similar in appearance to Prunus exudoensis, Japanese sakura, or cherry blossoms. They bear no fruit, and the only known way of reproduction is by careful own root propagation using cut saplings from an older sample. The petals are a light pinkish color, slightly translucent, and with a texture of smooth glass. Care must be taken when handling the petals, as their edges are razor sharp and can easily slice through flesh if mishandled. The wood and bark are a light grayish color with the texture expected of wood, although the grain is very smooth to the touch. However, the petals and the wood of these trees are much harder than most natural or man-made substances, reaching up to 5000 Hb on the Brinell scale, and withstanding temperatures of up to 1800 degrees Celsius. The weight-to-strength ratio surpasses even that of titanium, being some 15% lighter than aluminum. Despite this hardness, the wood and petals are quite supple and are as pliable as most woods are. Both are notoriously difficult to work due to their properties, but under high temperatures, upwards of 1500 degrees Celsius, separate pieces are capable of being fused together. They make excellent armor, shielding, and weapons. Due to the slow growth of the plants, the material is slow to harvest, although the petals are shed regularly enough, falling from the trees twice every year. Addendum 143-1. The trees were grown on-site from saplings obtained from parent plants located in Nara Prefecture, Japan, in 1905. The parent trees were owned by a family of traditionalist swordsmiths, claiming to be descended from a legendary sword maker named Amakuni. They referred to the original trees as Jinki no Kodachi, or the Bladewell Grove. It is from them that the Foundation gained the techniques to cut and work the woods and petals into serviceable items. The original trees are still in Japan, owned by the government, and are still tended to by the same family. However, the government has denied all existence of the trees, and any products made from them are kept within the country. Document 143-A. We lost 3 staff to 143 today. They were collecting petals dropped by the trees the previous day when a sudden gust picked up, shaking a good deal of the petals from the trees and blowing them around. Stayed that windy for the whole day. I would send a cleanup crew, but it's still pretty windy and the odd petal is still falling. We'll have to pick up the remains when the wind dies down in a couple days. Tibetan Rope to Heaven. Item Number: SCP-144. Object Class: Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-144 requires the presence of only one Foundation observer to monitor and issue updates on the condition of SCP-144. The Tibetan Buddhist monks who maintain the site live in solitude and secrecy. A heavy mist condenses around the small mountain that hosts SCP-144, which itself resides in a small valley between two greater mountains, Mount and the mist is present most of the year, and the thin rope itself is only fairly visible to the human eye within a distance of 3 kilometers. Air travel within a 70-kilometer radius has been restricted with the cooperation of the Chinese government. Description: located in a monastery atop the small Tibetan mountain, SCP-144 is a thin, taut hempen rope, only 1.2 centimeters thick, attached to a ring of jade bound to the floor of an atrium in the temple, known as Base Camp amongst researchers. The other end of SCP-144 extends straight upwards many kilometers into the sky to a yet-to-be-explored satellite in the geostationary orbit above the Earth at an altitude of about 39 kilometers, over 22 miles away, known as the Summit amongst researchers. Several times a year, a monk of the temple ascends the rope several hundred meters in a ritual of spiritual enlightenment. The monks report that to this day, only one person by the name of has ever been killed during the ascension. Throughout the centuries, several climbers have disappeared, yet the monks believe that one day they will return, bringing greater understanding and enlightenment with them. Carbon dating of rope fibers put SCP-144 at over 1400 years old. Foundation anthropologists believe that the rope and the tradition of climbing it began with the rituals of an ancient, dead religion before Emperor Songtsen Gampo brought Buddhism to Tibet. At that time, it was believed that the rope was several kilometers longer. The attendant monks say that the jade ring was added in the early 9th century by the Ralpakan to keep seasonal winds from picking up the rope and swinging it throughout the countryside. Several times a year, the head monks untie the rope from the loop of jade and reposition the knot. Research has shown that in recent years, the rope has moved skyward at a rate of about 180 centimeters per year and is slightly accelerating at a rate of 1/100 of a centimeter per year squared. With only a few hundred meters of rope left, the monks are unsure of what to do when it reaches the end. Some hope to add length by attaching separate sections of rope to the original, while others believe that new rope won't have the strength of the old. Research has been unable to explain how plant fiber rope has been able to survive 1400 years and maintain such tensile strength at such extreme temperatures and conditions of the upper atmosphere and space that people are able to climb it, let alone support its own enormous weight against itself, all 39 kilometers worth of rope. If the summit is accelerating away from Earth, its pull on SCP-144 is also unexplained. The summit has only been properly imaged by ground space telescopes, which show the rope of SCP-144 going up and over the edge of a large asteroid-like rock, several hundred meters in width. Satellites have been unable to picture the opposite, dark side of a summit. It has been reasoned that orbiting satellites are designed to image ground-spaced locations or distant space locations at much greater distances than other neighboring orbital satellites. Researchers disagree about why images of a dark side of a summit return blurry and unfocused, rendering the dark side unknown. Addendum number 144-4. Several Class D personnel were offered immediate release if they were to climb to the summit if possible and return. While multiple warnings were issued by the monks attending the rope, no resistance was offered. Of the 6 personnel who escaped, 4 returned to the base camp complaining of difficulty breathing and lack of air. 1 slammed into base camp at terminal velocity, presumably after losing his grip from fatigue, and the last has not yet returned. Man-absorbing phone. Item number, SCP-145. Object Class, Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-145 is to remain inside its room at all times in a 0.5 meter cubed plexiglass container unless being studied. Room is to be thoroughly soundproofed and securely locked when studies of SCP-145 are not in progress. Under no circumstances shall any personnel come into physical contact with SCP-145 without being accompanied and constantly observed by one or more personnel unless conducting testing with proper authorization. Any personnel showing signs of intense psychological trauma must be immediately escorted out of a containment area. Depending on the level of trauma of the affected personnel, they may be required to submit to consultation with an approved psychiatrist for no less than 2 weeks. Description: SCP-145 appears to be a standard 2002 model cordless telephone handset of Alcatel brand on its standard issue charging base. The charging base appears defaced, all jack inputs are sealed with resin glue, and the power input to the device has been gouged out with an unknown sharp tool. Serial number and production date are unavailable, as all labels and stickers have been ripped off or defaced. The phone rings constantly whether it is on the base or not, regardless of a lack of power source. Tests have shown the battery is removable, and disassembly of a base has not shown any effect on the hand unit. The hand unit itself has had all of its seams sealed, preventing conventional disassembly. When answered, a female voice speaks on the phone in a voice that shows high levels of stress. This voice varies from conversation to conversation, but in all cases, the voice expresses extreme panic and proceeds to plead with the listener for assistance as she describes instances of torture conducted on unknown victims. In the background, the listener will hear sounds of violence and expressions of pain and anguish. Audio analysis has so far indicated at least individual voices over disparate calls. The methods of torture implied thus far, judging from the phrases and reactions of those speaking at the time of contact, have included branding, electrocution, laceration, sexual assault, and dismemberment. The calls appear to be non-automated and entirely sentient. Attempts to trace the call or track down the location of the tortured callers have proven unsuccessful thus far. Attempts to block the signal of a phone with the use of a Faraday cage have also been unsuccessful. Research is conducted in teams of at least 3, 1 Class D staff, 1 Class 2/145 audio technician, and 1 Class 3 security staff, with only Class D staff permitted to have direct auditory contact with SCP-145's transmissions. Testing has shown that in 100% of cases, a subject answering SCP-145 without live supervision will vanish without any indications of transportation methods. Video recording devices do not show the method of transport. The subject will be present in one frame and absent in the next. In the case of disappearance, the phone will simply fall to the floor. The phone does not appear to have sustained damage from any of these falls thus far. Subsequent communication with the object has revealed that vanished subjects joined the group of torture victims. Testing log. Testing procedure. All tests will be conducted with D-Class personnel. Any issued equipment for the test must be recorded in the log. The D-Class personnel will then be ordered to pick up the phone. After disappearance of initial test subject, the above standard research team will answer the phone and record any observations. Test. Test 145-A. Date. Subject. D-145-3749. Issued 1 GPS locator device. Testing to attempt to ascertain the location described at the other end of a line. Result. GPS rendered non-functional after disappearance of D-Class personnel. On following interaction with SCP-145, audio technician identifies voice of D-145-3749 has joined other victims. Test 145-B. Date. Subject: D-145-4751. Issued 1 GPS locator device, 1 6-inch standard issue military combat knife. Second attempt to ascertain the location described at the other end of a line, self-defense option provided to subject. Result: GPS rendered non-functional after disappearance of D-class personnel. On following interaction with SCP-145, female voice indicates continued stress and states, "Oh God, he's cutting him. He's cutting off." Audio technician then identifies voice of D-145-4751 has joined other victims. Test 145-C. Date. Subject: D-145-5319. Issued 1 9mm semi-automatic pistol, 1 Kevlar vest. Subject compelled to pick up phone. Attempt to determine interactivity of location, determine if any self-defense method is possible. Result: on following interaction with SCP-145, gunshots are heard, then female voice resumes, states, and additional gunshots are heard. Audio technician identifies D-145-5319, exclamations of pain after each gunshot. Test 145-D. Date. Subject: D-145-6842, issued 1 kg C4 explosive, concealed in supply kit, explosive attached to remote trigger with 30-second delay, triggered before interaction with SCP-145. Attempt to determine any possible level of interaction or destruction of location. Result: resulted in Foundation personnel missing, including Dr. and all researchers associated with breaches of SCP security at site. Further testing of this nature suspended at this time. I don't know who thought this might be a good idea. I know sometimes we let sympathy get the better of us, but this attempt to bring relief to SCP-145's victims just cost the Foundation a lot of money and resources. Dr. Bronze Head of Shame. Item Number: SCP-146. Object Class: Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. Containment procedures have been revised after it was noted that the effects of SCP-146 were sharply and dangerously increased under previous containment, a standard 1/2 meter cubed secure storage bin. The bin should remain free, however, should a researcher wish to test SCP-146 at high intensity. Level 3 clearance is required for any personnel wishing to enclose or cover SCP-146 for a period exceeding 2 days. During normal storage, SCP-146 is to be kept on a marble pedestal in its storage room, located. SCP-146's standard storage room measures no less than 20 square meters, with stuccoed walls and a ceiling painted to resemble a clear daytime sky. The room is to be kept well lit, full daylight equivalent at all times, furnished with an assortment of potted plants, which must be tended to daily, and decorated in the style of a late Republican period of Rome, circa 120 to 80 BCE. Experimentation with different interior styles has shown that SCP-146 seems to prefer this arrangement and to have aesthetic preferences consistent with the aristocracy of Rome from that era. While this containment is standard, researchers with a clearance level 2 or higher may experiment with the different containment settings in order to modify the effects of SCP-146. While SCP-146 is non-motile and therefore requires little security itself, Personnel entering its containment area or handling it in any way must not make contact with SCP-146. Any attempts to cover SCP-146 in order to prevent eye contact is prohibited, as this has been shown to increase SCP-146's effect at an unpredictable rate. In general, 1 day of covering or confinement will cause SCP-146 to skip over the beginning phase of its effect and begin with the most traumatic memories. After 3 days, SCP-146 has been shown to produce its effect without having to make direct eye contact first. After 7 days, the effect of SCP-146 is both far more intense and no longer confined to subjects within SCP-146's field of vision. Researchers in an adjacent room were affected and one was permanently. Permission to experiment beyond 7 days is denied by the Order of O5. Blinders and decorative screens are available for personnel who must enter SCP-146's containment area for maintenance. Description: SCP-146 is a hollow bronze head, apparently a fragment of a complete statue or bust, depicting a crowned young woman or perhaps an effeminate young man. The head exhibits severe verdigris over much of its surface. The crown of SCP-146 is inlaid with silver decorations, and its eyes, the apparent source of SCP-146's effects, are beaten silver, shine to be mildly reflective. To date, SCP-146 has not exhibited any signs of movement, but its reaction to certain decor in its containment area indicates that it may possess a degree of sentience, if not outright sapience. If SCP-146 is able to communicate, it has not yet done so. SCP-146 exhibits the ability to access and bring to mind certain memories in those who initiate eye contact. These memories are usually tied to a sense of guilt or shame in the subject. After initial eye contact is made, the subject need only remain somewhere in SCP-146's field of vision for the memories and associated feelings to become more intense, although continual eye contact speeds up the process. Upon initial eye contact with SCP-146, recent memories will begin to surface in the subject. For example, subjects who have ignored a friend in the hall or exceeded the speed limit will be reminded of these events and begin to feel mildly guilty, whether or not they would normally care about the event. With continued exposure to the gaze of SCP-146, the subject will begin to recall older and more vivid memories, with a corresponding increase in the feelings of shame in the subject. Generally, after 30 minutes of exposure, the memories will move from being vivid recollections to intense hallucinations, with the subject unable to distinguish the past from the present or the imagined from the real. Subjects have been observed to regress in personality as well, particularly in cases where memories of childhood trauma have been brought up. Any test subjects exposed for over 30 minutes should be restrained both for their own safety and the safety of others. All subjects to date who have been exposed to SCP-146 for 60 minutes have completely retreated into their hallucinations. So far, no such subject has been restored to consciousness from this near catatonic state. Such subjects must be fed intravenously and are unresponsive to external stimuli, save for occasional murmurings consistent with their regression. It has also been noted that when subjects recall a shameful event, they will often feel compelled to make amends for their actions. This is generally not a problem in the case of minor offenses and has in some cases led to greater unity among the staff. However, problems arise when the subject cannot make amends, either because the offended party cannot be contacted or because a transgression is somehow irredeemable. Sometimes, the subject will put forth renewed positive efforts in order to balance out their guilt. However, in most such cases, subjects fall into a deep depression and/or turn to some form of self-punishment, including self-mutilation and suicide. Please see the attached experiment logs for detailed cases. SCP-146 was acquired from a Mr. of Birmingham, UK. Mr. had acquired SCP-146 during the estate sale of a renowned philanthropist, the late Lord of. It was purchased in a lot with a number of other artifacts for pounds. When Mr. began to experience SCP-146's effects, he began seeing a psychiatrist, Undercover Agent UA-33-56G. Mr. was put into an institution and SCP-146 was taken into Foundation custody. UA-33-56G's notes on Mr. mental state are available for study by researchers of Level 2 or higher, filed as document SCP-146-A. Experiment Log Number 146-01. In order to calibrate a baseline for SCP-146's effects, a standard 4x4 meter interrogation room was divided in half by an opaque curtain. SCP-146 was placed on a table inside a protective plexiglass case in one half of a room. On the other side of a curtain, Subject D-044323 was restrained such that he was looking directly at SCP-146's position. Researchers maintained constant communication with the subject via intercom throughout the testing process. The curtain was dropped, causing the subject to look squarely into the eyes of SCP-146. The subject voiced immediate discomfort and closed his eyes, with an increase in heart rate of 15 BPM. With prompting, the subject related the memories he was recalling, beginning with minor breaches of behavior protocol. The subject then recalled several altercations with other prisoners before his being taken by the Foundation, including a particularly graphic description of. Researchers noted that as time went on, the subject became more cooperative and his speech patterns changed, resembling someone undergoing therapeutic hypnosis. After 15 minutes, the subject's speech had become slurred and his EEG patterns showed similarities to someone experiencing vivid dreams. The subject entered into one half of a dialogue, which culminated in his trying to break his restraints. After several minutes, the subject ceased thrashing and began to cry. The subject started begging, apparently to someone in his hallucination. "Stop. Take it back. Don't. I won't do it again. I'm sorry. I don't want to. Not again. Stop. Please." This behavior continued until, after 54 minutes of exposure to SCP-146, the subject's vocalizations halted and his EEG showed signs consistent with coma. After an additional hour, no further effects were observed, and the subject was removed and euthanized. Post-mortem examination of his brain noted abnormal levels of and which neuropathologist Dr. described as an indicative of. Note: at this point, SCP-146 was being kept along with the other artifacts purchased at auction, because it was not yet known that the effect was confined to SCP-146 alone. I theorize that this containment approximated favorable containment, and therefore kept SCP-146's effect at its base strength. Professor Scully. Experiment Log Number 146-04. The first experiment conducted after it was determined that SCP-146 consisted only of a bronze head took place after SCP-146 had been moved to a standard 1/2 meter cubed storage bin where it had remained for 2 days. Subject D-044784 and SCP-146 were placed on opposite sides of a curtain in a standard interrogation room, as in previous experiments. The subject was restrained as in previous experiments. When the curtain was dropped, the subject reported an immediate headache and began to cry. The subject's heart rate jumped to 180 BPM, but then dropped rapidly to 40 BPM, and the subject lost consciousness. Medical personnel entered the room and began examining the subject, at which time the subject regained consciousness, her heart rate spiking to 175 BPM. The subject struggled violently against her restraints and was soon able to break the restraint on her right arm, severely damaging her own arm and hand in the process. Paramedic D was injured as the subject struck him in order to gain access to his first aid kit. The subject was able to grab a small scalpel and jam it into her own neck before guards could regain control. Medical staff administered first aid, but the subject died during emergency surgery due to blood loss. Note: after several similar incidents, it was determined that SCP-146's ability was affected by its containment. Anyone wishing to do further research must take this into account, as even brief accidental exposure could prove harmful. Professor Scully. Anachronistic Television. Item Number: SCP-147. Object Class: Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-147 is to be kept in a simulacrum of a 1950s-era living room. Its current container contains a throw rug, 2 armchairs, a phonograph, a rotary telephone, and other suitable decorations. SCP-147 will reject any items dating from later than late March 1965. See Addendum 0-40. It requires no external power source or connection. Description: discovered 1983 in a civilian home in Detroit, Michigan. SCP-147 appears to be a 1957 General Electric brand black and white television, Model 17TO26. SCP-147 has been observed to exhibit 2 different behaviors. Optimal: when SCP-147 is in an acceptable room, it will display broadcasts of 1950s-era comedies, such as The Burns and Ellen Show, Father Knows Best, and I Love Lucy. In every case, each broadcast has been completely unique. Archives of the programs, none of which are still being produced, have failed to find any record of the episodes that SCP-147 plays. No commercials are shown, and there is no indication as to which station would be broadcasting these shows. All broadcasts are in black and white. Subjects exposed to SCP-147 in its optimal state reported a pleasant feeling of relaxation. In this state, the item's volume and channels can be adjusted, though the off switch appears to have no effect. When modern-day items are present in SCP-147's environment, the item will only display extremely violent and gruesome color footage. Beheadings, rapes, executions, and torture have all been observed, but as of yet, no footage has been broadcast that indicates when or where the scenes depicted took place. The footage is invariably of high visual and audio quality. Subjects exposed to SCP-147 in its hostile state almost invariably vomit due to the graphic nature of the broadcasts after 10 to 15 seconds. One subject suffered a nervous breakdown after 2 minutes of exposure. Every subject has displayed an extreme reluctance to recall the contents of the broadcasts, and 2 out of the 15 subjects tasked with viewing SCP-147's hostile broadcasts have since committed suicide. None of the item's controls respond during hostile broadcasts. Attempts to examine the internals of SCP-147 have been unsuccessful, as the item's shell resists any and all attempts to crack it open. Placing the item in a Faraday cage in order to negate any possible transmissions it could be receiving had no effect. The effects of long-term exposure to SCP-147 have not been documented. Addendum: Any and all recreational activities involving SCP-147 are to be scheduled at least 1 week beforehand with approval by Level 4 personnel. Addendum 0-40. See file TC-147-B for further details. After suggestion, several objects manufactured throughout the 1960s era were brought in. Objects made past March of the year 1965 have resulted in a hostile behavior. Exact dating is difficult due to the troubles of obtaining materials precisely made on testable dates and times. Reasons as to why it acts in such a way, depending on a specific object's date, are unknown, and being tested by Addendum 0-40A. As has been verified repeatedly, the presence of persons born after March 1965 does not in and of itself trigger a hostile event. For reasons still unknown, SCP-147 objects mainly to manufactured items. Dr. recently conducted an experiment in which he clothed himself with vintage, pre-1965 articles of clothing, with the caveat that he had 3 Bic Flair pens invented in the 1970s in his shirt pocket. What he saw while being seated in front of SCP-147, he would later describe as a bizarre episode of I Love Lucy featuring a surprising amount of gunplay. Addendum 1-80. Recent tests that involved exposing convicted rapists and psychopaths to the object while it was hostile has indicated that the object is able to tailor the images to the viewer. A rapist was strapped into a metal chair manufactured in 1986, and during that time, not a single rape was shown on the screen, while scenes of genital mutilation, primarily male, occurred more often. Similarly, a psychopath who had tortured someone to death saw fewer scenes of torture and more scenes of botched executions. The Telekill Alloy. Item Number SCP-148. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures Revision 3. SCP-148 is to be stored as 120 cast ingots, each of which weighs approximately 10 kilograms at time of writing. Ingots of SCP-148 may not be housed at the same site as any SCP, due to the potential for unforeseen interactions. Otherwise, said ingots should be distributed equally among acceptable Foundation facilities. The mass of each contained ingot of SCP-148 must be measured and reported monthly. Under no circumstances should any SCP with mind-affecting or extrasensory properties come into contact with SCP-148. In the event of such contact, the immediate area must be evacuated and the affected sample of SCP-148 detonated remotely. Personnel are not to be assigned to SCP-148 for a period of time longer than 3 weeks. Any personnel assigned to SCP-148 are to be given regular psychological evaluations. Description: SCP-148 is a metallic substance composed of a variety of known and unknown elements. The total mass of SCP-148 on hand is approximately 1.2 tons. SCP-148 has a gray-green color with a bluish tinge and oxidizes readily in the presence of water. SCP-148 has a melting transition point of approximately 4500 Celsius and a boiling transition point of approximately 9000 Celsius. SCP-148 has a density of 6.76 grams per centimeters cubed and qualifies as HRC-39 in a Rockwell hardness test. It exhibits material properties such as strength, ductility, and workability, similar to platinum. SCP-148 is composed primarily of platinum and iridium, the two composing 62% and 20% of its mass respectively. In addition, several other known metals are present in its composition, including iron, cobalt, and copper, which collectively make up 16.5% of SCP-148's mass. However, given the mass of a material, it is believed that there are other substances not detected by mass spectrometry or other means. Images of SCP-148 taken with a scanning tunneling microscope show gaps in its lattice that, under normal circumstances, would be filled with other materials. SCP-148 blocks or otherwise hinders extrasensory mind-affecting properties of living organisms in proximity to it. This effect, while difficult to quantify, appears inversely proportional to the square of a distance from the subject to SCP-148's surface and directly proportional to the quantity of SCP-148 in consideration. The range for which the effect is detectable is roughly 0.8 meters per kilogram of SCP-148. The range for which this effect is detectable is roughly 0.8 meters per kilogram of SCP-148. 1.1 tons of SCP-148 were retrieved from the Metallurgical Department of Prometheus Lab's base facility during the Foundation sweep of a building. Documents concerned with the project had unveiled that the substance was to be subject to additional development, sold to, trademarked, and sold as Telkil alloy. However, due to and its political fallout, along with the destruction of the Prometheus Labs base facility, has acquired an estimated 1.3 tons of SCP-148 and sold it to unknown buyers. Foundation agents and forensic accountants are in the process of tracking the remaining supplies of SCP-148. Addendum 148-01. Due to its potential for use in the containment of mind-affecting SCPs, SCP-148 has been approved for cross-testing with SCP objects. While tests are still in their early ages, tests with low-level anomalous items seem to indicate that SCP-148 will be an effective tool in containing said items. However, it does not appear to affect items whose notable properties are purely memetic. Addendum 148-02. Beginning. Staff reported irrational behavior and poor communication skills among janitorial staff tasked with regular maintenance of SCP-148's containment. Footnote 1. At the time, containment consisted of a single storeroom, swept and checked on a daily basis. After 3 weeks of increasingly abnormal behavior, 2 custodians were taken in for questioning and examination. Testing revealed that the aforementioned personnel were incapable of interpreting body language and did not appear to notice the intonation or phrasing of sentences. In addition, the affected subjects were incapable of determining the emotional state or intent of others and demonstrated severely limited vocabulary. Further testing has revealed that the language and communication skills of persons with regular contact or extended exposure to SCP-148 will, over time, deteriorate and disappear. It has been shown that, after 8 weeks, affected subjects will be rendered completely mute and incapable of understanding or giving nonverbal requests, commands, or other statements, despite showing otherwise normal mental capacity. Addendum 148-03. A measurement taken on months after the Foundation's acquisition of SCP-148 indicated that, despite no increase in volume, SCP-148 has increased in mass by 0.1 tons, a density increase of 9%. The source of this additional mass is unknown. Incident Report 148-1. To test the limits of SCP-148's effects and its capacity to change in mass, 0.9 kilograms of it was placed on a scale and moved to SCP chamber. Predictably, SCP was nullified by SCP-148's presence. However, the sample of SCP-148 began to grow in mass by upwards of 5 grams per second. After 1 minute, this rate began to decrease, and SCP-148 ceased to increase in mass 40 seconds later, at which point it weighed 1.4 kilograms. It remained at this mass for 8 seconds before plummeting to 0.8 kilograms in the space of 2 seconds. During this time, personnel within 60 meters, 12 times the affected range of began to experience SCP's effects, albeit at a vastly increased rate, resulting in lockdown until the affected subjects could be removed. As of this incident, contact between SCP-148 and any mind-affecting items is strictly forbidden. Addendum 148-04. Measurements taken since Incident 148- indicate that the combined mass of SCP-148 is increasing at a rate of. It is speculated that should a large quantity of SCP-148 undergo an event similar to the sample used in Experiment 148- containment procedures are under review. The blood flies. Item number SCP-149. Object Class Keter. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-149 in any of its instances is to be kept inside a sealed plexiglass box for observation. Oxygen and a nutrient mist are to be released into the containment cell every 2 hours. If any instance of SCP-149 escapes its cell, Protocol 42 Charlie is to be brought into effect on any and all contaminated personnel by order of 0512 after Incident 149-1. Description: SCP-149 is a breed of mosquito which carries a strain of retrovirus, herein referred to as SCP-149-A, that mutates regenerating human cells into fertilized mosquito eggs. SCP-149-A is injected directly into the bloodstream when SCP-149 feeds. The SCP-149-A quickly works on the nucleus of the cells, warping the DNA. The first set of cells bred from these changed instructions closely resemble cysts, and are concentrated in the lining of the esophagus and the sinuses. Upon dissection, however, these cysts are revealed to be filled with SCP-149's larvae, the cysts acting as protective casing against external forces. SCP-149 appears to go through its maturation cycle in a matter of hours. By the time the subject is able to feel any effects, the first generation of SCP-149 has already grown inside the subject's body. SCP-149 primarily achieves exodus through the mouth and nostrils, occasionally being diverted through the sphenoid sinuses to escape through the eye sockets. Infection by SCP-149 is fatal, and chance of infection has been estimated to be 50% from one bite. Addendum: Incident 149-1. An incidence of SCP-149 escaped and infected multiple Class D subjects, the majority of whom did not report SCP-149's contact with them. Within 5 hours, SCP-149 had matured in these hosts and burst out of them, infecting staff. It was only thanks to the quick thinking of Dr. who sealed sublevels 12 through 15 that the entire site was not infected. As a response to this, O5 Command has created Protocol 42 Charlie to be used if SCP-149 escapes confinement.